advisory remains in effect. From the Met Office, I am Cassia Johnson.
Thank you very much. It's real, it's 91.9. The time check for you is 26 minutes past 7 o'clock. We'll be back.
Broadcasting from the historical Parish Main Street, Surtez, to your home, vehicle, and office. Today's hit music on Real FM.
The first word when you speak about furniture is classic. Yes, at Classic Furniture, they design and make the best in local furniture. All their products are made from the finest local wood available on island. You think it, they design it and make it to your expectations. The highest standards at the best possible price, and they also provide higher purchase for you, their valued customers. Located on Ben Jones Street in Grenville, with their factory at Chantemelle in St. Patrick. That's where you need to visit when looking for products made of the finest local wood. They deliver and install items at no extra cost. Your satisfaction is their mission. The extra step is taken to ensure their customers are completely satisfied. They do doors and finished kitchens, supplies mattresses, and restores antique pieces to look like the first day they were made. Hey, give us a call on 442-4645 and 442-9726. Classic Furniture, Trinidad's homegrown furniture producers.
Step inside. Immerse yourself in colors that come alive.
Color by Sissy.
Let your imagination run wild. Surround yourself in a world of color.
Color by Sissy.
Endless inspiration. Bold expression. Bold expression.
Color by Sissy. Sissons. Express your style with Color by Sissons.
Boy, yo, they gonna fly with kite now. The wind picking up.
I'm coming. Karim, what you doing?
Fly my kite.
Yeah, but not here. You can't fly kite near power lines, boy.
Why not? The wind good.
Because mommy say, kite threads conduct electricity.
Yeah, kite. He's right. If your kite gets stuck in power lines, it can cause power outages, or even worse, it can get shocked.
Come, let's go and fly them in the pasture.
Yeah, that makes sense.
If you're looking to improve or maintain your health, look no further. We have a general practitioner right here on Main Street, Surtez, in the Quasi. Dr. Guerrero, a gynecologist and surgeon who specializes in women's health. She offers lab tests, blood, pap smears, prostate cancer, and stool tests. Consultation for pregnant women from beginning to end. Surgeries, which includes hysterectomy, tying of tubes, vaginal shrinking, removal of uterine fibroids, and vaginal warts, hernias, C-section. She also specializes in diagnostic and therapeutic DNC, abnormal bleeding. They're in collaboration with Alice Labs, located in St. George, opposite the Excel Plaza. Dr. Santos, an oncologist who specializes in cancer treatment, a general practitioner, family doctor, will be joining Dr. Guerra in the not-too-distant future. Walk-ins are accepted. You can also call for an appointment at 423-3352. That number again, 423-3352. Put your health first.
On Sunday, April 2nd, PG Lifestyle and Legacy Entertainment present the biggest brunch party on the countryside. It's the return of SIP 2, Jolly Rancher Brunch.
SIP 2.
World of Color Edition. From 1 p.m. at the Chantemelle School Ground. Live performance by the Octane Band. Music by DJ Mudkid and PQ. Get your tickets now for only $60. VIP $350. The biggest brunch party. No vibes, no entertainment. It's SIP 2 Jolly Rancher Brunch.
The biggest brunch party.
Red carpet, live band, 360 camera booth, the best food, drink specials, and the most beautiful lady at the Chantemelle School Ground.
SIP 2.
I come here for no stand up. I come to party with my hand up.
91.5 Real FM got you covered.
asking me what is wrong with Trinidad. You can't understand why things go on so bad. You find we so rich in human resources, and yet the country going to pieces. Well, let me tell you, my friend, where we went wrong. After Eric Williams' old car breakdown, we called in an AR, we ordered an next car and installed a new driver. With 33 passengers from the party, we gave him a maxi taxi, fitted with mag wheels, tape deck, computer, air conditioned 8-cylinder. With posh new fittings, this maxi car arrived. Then it started to swerve and nosedive. It took a year for passengers to realize, they say, the new driver cannot drive.
I'm happy that any loans, if affordable, is made available to citizens of Grenada. The issue is not whether that's not the issue. The issue is you've placed a large group of Grenadian workers on contract. You've placed them in a position where they are unable to borrow through the normal financial institutions by putting them in a position where they do not have sustainable or sustained employment. And what that means is that you've made them vulnerable. You've put them in a position where you now have to try and create a special lending scheme for them to borrow. And I'm saying even the special lending scheme that you've created, most of them are not going to qualify for the loan. And they're not going to qualify because you've already placed them in a position to disqualify them. Because they would not have acquired land. They would not have life insurance because they're working on 6 months or 12-month contracts. And if they're working, and if the jobs they are doing are permanent jobs, jobs that are normal customer requirements for the government, they should be indefinite employees or permanent employees. They should not be on contract work. And if they're not on contract work, they will be able to take part, like the rest of the persons who are on permanent jobs, in the normal banking and financial and the credit union systems in Grenada. Right. And that is how you create wealth. Absolutely. That is how you sustain and raise your standard of living. That is how you're able to save money. That is how you acquire a home or acquire a piece of land, or you're able to start a small business on the side. But when you put people on contract work, and when there is no need to do so, then you are putting them in a vulnerable position, and you are doing so deliberately. And so the question you have to ask is, why are you doing so? And in my view, you are doing so because you want to have the ability to fire them at will. So you want to create job insecurity because you want to be able to manipulate them for your own ulterior reasons. Right? So let's make this clear. For those contract workers who are able to qualify for that GDB loan, I'm happy for them. But a significant number of them will not be able to qualify. And the question is, when they don't qualify, what happens to them? They remain on contract work. So what has to be addressed is the fact that the government has to end this contract work, absorb the employees because they are doing jobs that are normal, customary, and required. Let's take, for example, a cook in a school. If you have a school feeding program, that job is required indefinitely. There is no reason to put a cook on a contract work. And remember, when you put her on contract work, she has no pension. She has no chance of getting health insurance. She has no chance of buying life insurance because the incomes are very low. Right? And if you go to buy these things, they will say to you, well, we have no guarantee that you will have a job 6 months from now or 12 months from now. And so no one wants to deal with you from a financial perspective when you're in that position. And I'm saying the job of the citizens, of the government, is to fight for its citizens, to protect its citizens, to encourage its citizens to be independent, not dependent, not vulnerable. So that is the challenge we face. And I'm saying it is solvable by the stroke of a pen. And let me make this further point. It is actually illegal. The Employment Act clearly says that you cannot put someone on a fixed-term contract, meaning these short-term contracts, when the position they are filling is an indefinite one. So the government itself is breaking the law. The government itself is being lawless. So I'm saying in those circumstances, they should in fact end the contract work, regularize the status of their employees, and any other incentives that should be offered to them to make up for the period that they've been on contract jobs, in fact, should be given to them.
91.5 Real FM got you covered.
You asking me what is wrong with Trinidad? You can't understand why things go on so bad. You find we so rich in human resources, and yet the country going to pieces. Well, let me tell you, my friend, where we went.
Natalia John, good morning to you. Good morning to everybody locking it down for 91.9 and 5. I hope you're having yourselves a blessed day. I don't know what's going on this morning, like my driver missing. My driver missing in action this morning, Grenada. Anybody see my driver, tell him gets need him right now. 37 minutes past 7 o'clock. Good morning to my good friend Caroline and family. Ray Mitchell inside of Happy Hill, good morning to you, brother. Air conditioned cylinder. Just as a friendly reminder that Stanford Simon will be inside of Rose Hill St. Patrick's doing his medical thing this morning.
It took a year for passengers to realize, they say the new driver cannot drive.
Yeah, folks, he's doing his medical thing with 4 doctors. If you want to get your eyes checked, you want to get your heart rate checked, you want to get your blood pressure checked, anything medical wise, just check them out inside of Rose Hill. They're up there. And to remind you that he has redemption coming up on the 26th of April. Is that right? I think it's the 26th. I don't want to get it wrong. Time check again, 38 minutes past 8 o'clock. Follow me, partner Rich. Look him.
So he stopped the maxi and
the way you're going on with you now? Yeah. Like you drive off the road this morning? No. You good?
No, but I first put on my phone.
Pass on the farm.
All his sweet mouth friend Flash Gordon to give him some driving lessons.
Good morning to the folks inside of Canada locking it down. My aunt and them always listening. David, big up. All you good?
Them passenger.
Working them this morning is DXtention.
Car running about helter skelter.
Good morning to Fatman George.
Ellis Clark had to jump and run to stay alive. He says the new driver cannot drive. Questioning me so much about the driver. You want proof to show he can't maneuver. Well boy, the first month he get this driving job, you know the man bounced down for you Rick Bob. He's swerving so much John Humphrey get frightened. John asked him where he buy his license. And while the car's swerving, John Humphrey trying to hold on to the steering. Well, some school children by
Good morning to my good friend Dave Felix. He say he locked down online for the first time. Welcome, brother. Join the YouTube gang. People listening via the TuneIn app, I love you too. Leeway ready to drive? Wheel, gas, X. What going on? What we saying? What we saying this morning?
All right, you ready?
I know you're ready. I'm ready for you long.
I hear
you. Let's go.
Morning to the listeners of Real FM on all platforms. Morning, Mr. Andre Donald. Morning, Igwe. Igwe already passed. Everybody want to know who is the Igwe. Who is the Igwe?
They go meet the Igwe, man.
Yeah. Hold on. I know you have everything to do, but I cannot busy.
Yeah.
I'm busy, brother.
You don't sticky.
No, I ain't doing this modern day language saying what those stick. I don't come here to stay. Right? I want to say my piece and I want to go.
Well, I agree.
You agree?
I hear you.
Right.
I hear you.
that come from a Kai so who's that? That's Brigo?
Blakey.
Blakey, man. Yeah, that come from.
But I must say real expressions for Friday, 17th March 2023, the extension. I must mention that
Carl,
Grenada is my constituency.
Carl, give me a time, please. Now I want to go. I don't come here to stay.
Okay, Guru.
After you could say anything you want after. I just want to say my piece and go.
Let me hear what you have to say. Let me hear what you have to say.
If somebody have a question or comment, I will take it, but I want to go.
Something biting you. Let me hear it.
I hear you.
Something biting you over there. Let me hear you.
Watch. You're going. I hope the camera there, man.
Put he alone in it gate.
Yeah. I want them to see my expression. You don't bad. My expression is very pleasant.
Too cool.
As I say these words. Right?
Too cool.
Yeah, that's my father's name. I have taken it. Now, last Friday, Carl, I made some pronouncements.
Yep.
And I believe it is fitting for me. That's why I do so. I rush down here this morning. I rush here this morning because I wanted an opportunity early. Because I know Mr. Pierre coming. But I wanted to do so and say what I have to say before Mr. Pierre came.
Early in the morning.
Early in the morning. Yeah. Let me begin by first saying this. Which has to be said. I, Carl Andre Clement Donald,
A.K.A. Tuko.
A.K.A. Tuko, I am a supporter of the New National Party.
No,
Definitely.
that or they in doubt.
There's no doubt in that. Further, based on the fact that I only owe the party for this year's dues, party dues, which is $60, I ain't paid it. When I did so and I made a call to the head office, and I spoke to Miss Campbell.
Campbell.
Well, yeah, whatever you want to call it. But don't interrupt. I ain't want no chorus. I don't want no chorus because I ain't want you to do something end up in thing with me. I alone.
Somebody say volume low, Igwe. I don't know what that means.
Volume low? I ain't no way to get
Our listeners say
Tell them turn up.
Turn up the radio.
Right.
Everything around here.
Well, they hearing, so they go turn up.
No. When I checked, I owe the party only for this year. So that means, Carl, that I have paid my dues to the party and the year ain't up yet. So there are a lot of others who ain't paid their dues for this year, just like me. So I have the authority to speak. I have the authority to speak on the behavior of other persons, irrespective of if that person is an elected representative or not. Because the party ain't write me and tell me I owe them yet, because 2023 ain't gone yet. So I ain't really owe. And maybe some of the people who I'm speaking about or who I'm speaking to, we're in the same position. They ain't pay yet, I ain't pay yet, but I will pay. As a matter of fact, next time I go to St. George's, which will be shortly, not today, definitely, but next week, I will do so and find the $60 to go and pay, so that then I could come here, Carl, and show people my car that I have fully paid up. And then I want those who ain't fully pay up to pay up or shut up. Last Friday, I said, and let me repeat what I said. All opposition must go to Parliament on Tuesday and speak on the bill which was before the House, which deals with data persecution card. Yeah, I mean persecution. Seriously. I did not make a mistake and say data persecution. Because the reality is that is what is going to happen. Now, Carl, all you've been talking about, make sure you know your password, and if you don't know your password, you could end up in trouble, and all you take this is a joke. That's not a joke. You have to give all that information to people if they deem you to be in wrong. So the bill was on data persecution. Now, so much for that. Let us take a look at the MPs and their representation or the lack thereof. First, Opposition Leader Keith Mitchell. Yeah. So good morning to you. I hope you're listening. As always, you represented the people of the Northwest, and by extension, the people of Grenada. You represented them in Parliament in a manner which caused the country to continue to speak in glowing terms about you and your representation over all these years. Congrats, sir. Hats off to you. Tongue of St. George is proud of you. That's you, Peter David. Tongue of St. George is proud of you. Because you reminded the nation that bill was not a NNP creation. You reminded them that you were part of the NDC in 2011. You said it. Honorable Peter David, you said it. That in 2011, you were part of the NDC when that bill came from, I believe, the OECS. So it was not a creation of Grenada. It was a creation that had to happen in order to protect businesses and people relating to data transmission over the internet and whatever. So, Prime Minister Mitchell, you were proven to be wrong. You did not have your facts when you said that the bill was a creation of the new National Party. Sir, you did not have your facts, and therefore, Tongue of St. George, Peter, they're proud of you. You reminded the gentleman. Constituency of St. Andrew Southeast, the Honorable Emlyn Pierre, you promised me, yes, you did promise me, ma'am, that you were going to be there on Tuesday. And guess what? You were there. You were there with yourself, usually, as usual, filled with information. Thanks, Mrs. Pear. You did well. The constituency of St. Andrews Southeast must be proud of you. They continue to be proud of you because you represented them in Parliament on Tuesday. I have heard many presentations in Parliament. A lot of presentations I've heard in Parliament. Ever since, now let me tell you something, and I go in back, and Carl never even used to listen Parliament then. When Parliament was held in York House.
I didn't used to listen, I used to walk in Parliament.
You used to walk in Parliament.
Yes.
So that didn't mean you used to listen. Walking there and listening is two different things. In any event, I have been associated with Parliament ever since then. So I know this thing. So when I say that the Honorable Clarice Modeste was a cut above on Tuesday, I know what I'm talking about. Yes, Miss Modeste, St. Mark constituency holds you in high esteem at this moment because you represented on Tuesday. You were there. Yes, you were there, Ms. Modeste. You did what you had to do. Now, while Keith Mitchell was exceptional, Peter David was on the money, reminding them because he remembered. And Clarice Modeste was good, real good. Well, Emmeline Pierre, don't talk. She was her usual self. I believe, however, that the nation needs to salute the Honorable Kate Lewis Peters. Good morning, ma'am. I salute you. Why do I salute you? Not only were you the youngest member on the side of the opposition, not only that, but you are coming off just having a bouncing baby boy. And guess what? The government of the day is older than this child. So that gives you an idea, folks, of how young that baby is. And you know what? The Honorable Kate Lewis Peters, she showed up. Yes, she showed up in Parliament and made what is considered to be a sterling contribution. Because she reminded, I remember one thing I remember, she reminded the present administration that if something passed in cabinet, it doesn't mean that it is law. To paraphrase what the Honorable Kate Lewis Peters said. So she took time off from her motherhood with a young baby. I don't know what, probably she had the baby outside in the car. Because knowing how mothers are, she would have had to do so and leave a couple of times to go outside and breastfeed that baby. But she took time off. Because some say that she was on maternity leave, but she knew that history would not have been fair to her if she was not at Parliament to speak her piece for and on behalf of the constituents of the St. Andrew North East constituency. Now, interesting that I can report on only 5. I can report on only 5 of the opposition members who attended Parliament on Tuesday. And we all know that the people of Grenada elected 6 opposition MPs. Yes. The question, simply put, is where was the missing MP? And who was the missing MP? The Igwe chuckling behind the scenes. The missing MP was none other than the Honorable Delma Thomas, the one who represents the people of St. Andrew Northwest. The one who the people of Northwest said, we want you to carry our flag in Parliament. That's what they said. The people of St. Andrews Northwest. Missing in Parliament on a day when everyone except, and listen to me here, everyone except the members, the executive members of the National Democratic Congress, everyone except them thought she was going to come. They knew that she was not going to come. How I know that? Check me. I got me facts. And guess what? Based on information, common courtesy, yes, common courtesy demands that if you are going to miss even a meeting of your mere peers, a club you have in the area, and you know you're going to miss the meeting of the club, or you're not going to be able to make Girl Guides meeting on that day, you send a note, or you give somebody a message and say, look, apologize to me, I can't make it today. But that representative, based on information received, there was no excuse read out for her in Parliament on Tuesday. Now that is not good. And it's not how things should be done. Go ahead. Go on social media now and say you had an emergency. And you know what Andre talking about. You need to stay up there running your sour mouth. Say that. Go ahead and say that. Remember, I spoke of it last Friday. I called on all, to go and represent the people of Grenada on that data called persecution. Yeah. The Data Persecution Act. Look, my take is simply this. As simple as I can put it. I'm speaking to you, ma'am. If you don't want to be a part of the Keith Mitchell-led party, the party that is the political leader at this time, if you don't want to be a part of that party, let your constituents know and then resign. And let there be a by-election. And I assure you that your name will never be forgotten in the history of Grenada. Resign and let there be a by-election. And you could run in the by-election too, There's nothing stopping you from running as an independent. But you must not continue. You hear me? You must not continue to play jack on both sides. You must not continue that. I am not saying that you cannot associate with members of the National Democratic Congress. But you must show respect for the party of which you belong. By the way, you pay dues yet? So, sister, just step out. Finally, just step out and let someone who wants to represent the people of the St. Andrew Northwest constituency, let someone get that opportunity. I can't say that NNP tired of you. I can't say that. I'm not in the position to say that. I could just speak on things that you continue to do. You could vex with me, that is okay. But as far as I'm concerned, I feel a lot better, I feel a lot lighter that now I have spoken to an issue that many refuse, to speak about. I have spoken to an issue that many refuse to speak about. It is time that they call a spade a spade. In politics, it's in a time for people on the fence. In politics, it is either you in the pond or you on the bank. You can't have 1 foot here and 1 foot there. That ain't working at all. Thank you very much.
Mighty Tuko.
Let's take a break, Igor.
I ain't not talking Ozone.
Move like the mighty Tuko this morning. We'll take a break. We'll be back, folks. We'll be back after this, folks.
The Grenville Cooperative Credit Union, the credit union of Grenville, takes you where you want to be. Feel secure with the Credit Union of Grenville, taking care of all your financial needs, including savings, loans, mortgages, and sound financial advice. Serving you with branches on Jubilee Street in Grenville, Lucas Street in St. George's, and coming soon, our Grandand sub-office. Call us on 442-8602 or visit one of our offices. With Grenville Cooperative Credit Union, your financial security is guaranteed.
Who wants to save 30%? Everybody! Now more than ever, Flow understands the need to make your dollar stretch. Our new bundles can help you save 30% off your current bill. Plus, get a free speed upgrade on your in-home internet. Simply add your mobile to your current home services account and save 30%. It's easy. Sign up now and save. All on the most reliable fixed and mobile network on island. Visit a Flow store or call us at 1-800-804-2994 for more information. Flow, it only gets better. Terms and conditions apply.
Get ready, get ready, get ready.
The Epic Marriage Conference is back.
And we're calling all couples, single men and women, to join us.
March 24th through 26th in Grenada. Joining us Friday, March 24th is our guest speaker for the Single Men and Women session, none other than accomplished personal and life coach Stephanie J. Make plans to join Drs. Jason and Tanasha Gray and their guest speakers for an event you don't want to miss.
Meet us down at Gateway Conference Center, Point Celine, St. George's. Tickets are on sale now.
Contact us at 449-5872 or 459-8567. Tickets can be purchased at Grenadian Optical, branches located at Melville Street, St. George, and Spiceland Mall, Grand Anse, St. George. Pick up your tickets today. The Epic Marriage Conference, Roadmap to Intimacy. See you there.
Ziz's Minimart, located in Montrose St. Patrick, is where you feel all your grocery needs. Looking for a variety of items? Visit Ziz's Minimart. When you spend $100 or more, you can get a chance to win a brand new iPhone 13. Yes, you heard me right. A brand new iPhone 13. Shop at Ziz's Minimart. We're open Monday to Thursday from 8 a.m. to 8 p.m. On Fridays from 8 a.m. to 6 p.m. and on Sundays from 8 a.m. to 3 p.m. Call us today, 457-1100. That number again, 457-1100. Come to Ziz's, where you shop more and spend less.
Broadcasting from the historical Parish Main Street, Certez, to your home, vehicle, and office. Today's hit music on Real FM.
You asking me what is wrong with Trinidad? You can't understand why things go on so bad. You find we so rich in human resources, and yet the country going to pieces. Well, let me tell you, my friend, where we went wrong. After Eric Williams' old car breakdown, we called in an AR, we ordered an next car and installed a new driver. With 33 passengers from the party, we gave him a maxi taxi, fitted with mag wheels, tape deck, computer, air conditioned 8-cylinder. With posh new fittings, this maxi car arrived. Then it started to swerve and nosedive. It took a year for passengers to realize. They say the new driver cannot drive. Of the 33 chosen passengers, Ramlat, Pandey, Humphrey and...
This morning I have 3 professional drivers. Want to drive for us? Got it took out already. The Ego on the holy wheel?
The mighty flow too. Grenada still remain my constituency, Ego. Real FM is my parliament, and in recent times is the people's parliament, because they get more information on this medium than any other one. We're the people's spokespersons, and we're blessed by the ancient of this. This real expressions for Friday, March 17th. Andre Donald, bless St. Patrick's Day to you and all patricians. 17th of March. Morning, Diane Charles. The 17th of March. Here goes. DXtention. Morning, Mr. Pierre.
Yeah, good morning.
Introduce yourself to the people.
Yes, always happy to be on this program to make some form of contributions, express my views and opinion, and help to plan the truth around the place. Yes, I've been listening to my brother as I entered, and I believe that is some of the direction that we have to go in, where we speak on issues that affect the country irrespective of the political party. There are a number of issues that are taking place in Grenada that you don't have voices on, and we must speak about it with some level of objectivity. Sometimes when you're on the fence and you're not on the play field, you may make comments that the players don't like, but you're in a position perhaps to see it. Even you on the play field might do the same thing, but it's a good thing to have people speaking out on issues. Politicians have to recognize that they have to represent the people. And when we see they are taking actions or directions that doesn't make sense, they cannot give explanation or reasons for the action they take, then some independent voices must speak about it. In the rum shop, you'll hear us speaking about it. But that is in the rum shop. But when you could take some discussions from the rum shop and bring it for the whole public to hear, then you wouldn't call the rum shop a rum shop. You might call it the symposium. Or you might call it a big conference. So if politicians or people who intend to represent us in Grenada are taking some actions that doesn't make sense in the eyes of the public, and they refuse to provide explanation, reasons, and justification for the action, we should speak about it, irrespective of which political party they represent, whether it's NNP, NDC, GULP, or who, or even the revolution. We should be able to speak about it, because that will be able to help them to understand that we want them on the road to Damascus. That is the road that might change you for the positive. So, Brother Andre, I believe, listening to your statement this morning, and I do hope more Grenadians are able to speak out on issues, because we do not have a constituency in terms of somebody have to vote for you there, etc. And if you claim you have an independent voice, you must be able to express it on these issues. Political parties might be hesitant to chastise their own members. But if you don't have no coke outside, you don't have to bother for it. So we could take the initiative and do it. So I believe it is right. Representatives have to give explanation. And then we go back in history. Nadia Benjamin, and she is one of my heroes, you know. She was one of the politicians that got wounded from missiles on a stage in the same community that stoned Marcus Garvey. She got wounded. But when the government of the day felt that they had challenges from within the party, Eric Gary called election. He called election. And that is how Nadia Benjamin and Whipple Ned was slide out of the party. They crossed the floor, Gary called election. We must be decisive and effective. We either in or we out. It makes sense, no sense, making Mickey Mouse and wasting time without explanation. And I agree with the call. Individuals must prepare. Sometimes we do a lot of good. And sometimes we get a little bit fed up. But you must pay heed, take heed, and remember you have to. Let's take the call.
Good morning.
Good morning, gentlemen. How are you today?
Not too bad.
Regarding the person who was absent in the parliament, the absent minister, it's so disastrous in the sense that, you know, you're creating a self-suicide in the sense that, you know, after all these years of service, and the people who have supported you is seriously disappointed. Now you're doing this, you know, in the eyes of the public. I mean, if you have something to say, come out and say. But it doesn't look good. You know, it doesn't look good. After this amount of years of service, you have to go down like this. It's really sad. And you're not setting a good example. This is not a disrespect, but, you know, from political point of view and other, you know, as a normal respect, if you want to speak, it does not look good, periodly. This need an explanation. Yeah? Have a blessed morning.
Bless. Mr. Pierre.
Yes, I think the time has come when a number of individuals, you have to call them out. There are some things I see taking place in Grenada, and when you speak about it, some people want to intimidate you. And they have to understand, in a democratic process, this is what would make the democracy strong. When you have independent voices, or even voices associated with a political party, because in Grenada now it's difficult. As soon as you say something that seems to challenge the government, automatically they put you in the NNP camp and vice versa. And nothing is wrong. You should still say it. So there are some issues that in Grenada I believe we have to call out. I've been listening to the tape this morning before I join you. And I believe the time has come for Grenada to demand that the Prime Minister and his team face the press. I don't know if it's the press that hiding or if it's them that hiding. Or maybe...
I just need to tell you something quickly. Yeah. I am about to go to Trinidad. And I understand that I have some family in Tobago. So I want to go in Trinidad and get my Tobago status. Because I realize that it's only journalists from Tobago and outside of Grenada that the Prime Minister is speaking to. So I have some questions I want to ask him. So I'm giving up my Grenadian citizenship for our next country. Tobago look like the preferred nation. And I want to become a Trinidadian or Tobagonian, whichever it's called. So then I'll be able to do so and ask him questions on your behalf.
Yes, my brother, because none of us in the Caribbean must conveniently have independence. Sometimes they say don't interfere in your internal affairs. And when Grenada have issues, sending troops in Grenada. So I believe our journalists in Grenada, if they get timid, they must understand that technology would make some profession obsolete. So you better put your best foot forward. And we could appeal to the individuals in Trinidad and Tobago, perhaps to act on behalf of the journalists in Grenada, if the government continue to hide, to have a phobia for the press. The last action by the government I thought was disgraceful and a sham. What the government need to do is to expose themselves to the press and answer questions. You have some money provided for O'Halloran. We have to know about that. Otherwise, we have to ask Trinidad and Tobago to ask you why you give O'Halloran this money. What is the circumstances and who get the 10%? Because anytime O'Halloran get money, a 10% must go. And I think this is significant. This would make our democracy better. It would make representatives understand that they have an obligation to provide explanation. You're not acting on your own behalf. People selected you because they have confidence in you. You're acting on their behalf. According to the Minister of Labor, we have to be straight with the people. We have to tell them how the thing is. And once you explain things to people, they're going to understand. You know, there is absolutely no way to take action and then you on Facebook want to chastise people. That is insulting. This is not the period of time when we had one radio station, Radio Free Grenada.
Radio Lionel was before that.
But the best joke is when they change Radio Lionel to Radio Lionel Lie again.
No, Radio Lie like hell.
Radio Lie like hell.
And that was the change.
And then we had Radio Free Grenada. Mm-hmm. But in all fairness, I think it's Dr. Kit Mitchell that took the initiative to liberalize the telecommunication network.
True that.
And now we have FM stations galore and social media.
La pantouche.
So politicians have to understand that is the environment that we function in now. And you can intimidate people with your statements. And sometimes people have to be apologetic. I believe the time has come for us to ask the Prime Minister to be more apologetic. People expect you to make mistakes. Because I said you're a political virgin and a juvenile. Long. But people expect you to make mistakes. But I don't think we will tolerate level of arrogance. Because obviously there's a lot of people. Yes, caller, welcome.
Good morning to gentlemen.
Morning.
Yes. First of all, I want to advise Mr. Andre that if he goes to Tobago, he's still a Grenadian because...
You might have to raise your voice a bit.
I say if he goes to Tobago, he's still a Grenadian because Tobago is expected or supposed to be a Grenada state.
And let him know you have a lot of family in Tobago.
Oh yeah, more than half of Tobago are Grenadians. That is the thing. So he still will be a Grenadian. But I just want to let him know also, and I'm in a code 95% with what he have just said this morning there. 95%.
You don't give him the 100?
No. But he's totally on top of the ball there. And I am feeling the same way. Kate Lewis have made a good account of herself. Mr. Peter David was able to point out to the government that very same bill started while he was sitting as an NDC person. Right? So at first I thought that they would have boiled on a little bit and went back for more consultation. But when I saw the Prime Minister got up, President Prime Minister got up, and the furious he got up with it, I realized, that man, nothing stopping him. That's a bulldozer. He wasted on everything, and he did it. Nothing couldn't stop him there. He thought he had everything on top. So as it is now, I believe that the trend have set, that is how they're going to go to the Parliament. And remember, you will hardly have, based on my understanding there now, you will hardly have time to ask any questions because the bills will be so fit that we come to deal with that and that. So when you open the Parliament to deal with that. So a lot of unfinished business will be left. NMP will have a hard time fighting. Hard time. Remember, Clifford said that NMP will have a hard time fighting because the bills are going to come. Parliament is open for that bill and that. They have a majority and they intend to use that majority in all the circumstances. So it's tough. But again, Miss Thomas, she definitely have to decide where she's going. She can't bat in the two ends of the wicket at the same time. She cannot bat in the two ends of the wicket at the same time. And when I realized that she was not at the Parliament, I realized I said,
You never play cricket with Woodtree?
Yes, you batting for Woodtree.
That's cricket there. They can't play them cricket.
You never play cricket with Woodtree?
Yeah, Woodtree filling for you. But if the Woodtree fill for you, who batting for you?
Woodtree.
No, Woodtree didn't so feel. Woodtree only batting.
But I mean,
Woodtree never feel yet. Woodtree batting.
I think we're going back into a system as Mr. Tobias days. It appears to me we're going back in a system as Mr. Tobias days. And I don't think it's good for the upliftment of politics in Grenada. And I'm seeing also, let me close with that the politics is getting sort of dirty. We're not St. Vincent. We're not St. Lucia. Our politics was never this kind of dirty. Our politics is becoming dirty. I end with that. Our politics and politicians are coming dirty in the Parliament.
Right.
Not a way to go down.
Right.
Good.
Yes.
Pressure on the front line?
Yeah. Obviously, we have the media and individuals, well, the radio personalities and individuals in talk show and other people in the country. Normally, you just express your views and opinions on issues and politicians would behave themselves. Because you cannot be too arrogant as a politician because you represent people, particularly in light of the fact that the previous politicians were so tolerant to criticism. I had described Kit Mitchell, Gregory Bowen, Nazim Bok, Peter David, Emlyn Pierre, the sister in Carriacou that is now a magistrate, Kindra Maturin Strout, Miss Modeste, Delma. They got serious attacks and they handled it with humility. And that is a template that has been set. And the NDC have to be prepared to walk in that route. Particularly the amount of rudimentary blunders you're making and the level of victimization that you're establishing Don't ever dare believe we will sleep. We will not sleep. Yes, we have a call on the line.
Good morning, gentlemen. How are you guys doing?
Great, man.
All right. Listening to the discourse this morning, Andre is spot on. And secondly, I want to give a big thumbs up. The quality is perfect this morning. So that means cooking on all burners. Yeah. So I was actually watching through this week the happenings from Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday to now, what's happening. And clearly, right, the leader of the opposition is on his A game. He's actually doing his job. But him and his team is being fired down merely because they were there the longest as a ruling administration and as a government. With that being said, the bill that they passed with no opposition, well, basically they say they want opposition, and they passed it in the lower house, and it goes to the upper house now, and then probably they will sign it up. To the Grenadians who does not really understand and read documents, I had a chance to go through this document, especially part 3 and part 4, right? And there are some names like data subjects and write-up data exceptions and commission and alternative formats. These are the things that we have to look at as private citizens, and these are the parts in that particular bill. Whoever has the bill on their phone, computer, read it and understand it clearly, because clearly right there, that is where the caveats are, where a private citizen can be affected by this particular bill. And like Mr. Pierre rightly said and Mr. Carl on Wednesday, if you don't decipher out or siphon out these parts of the bill, you will be in problem, right? What I saw in that parliament Tuesday gone by the government ministers and the prime minister was pure arrogance and probably pure misunderstanding of how bills are supposed to be read and how parliament procedures are done. And like I said, if this thing continues in Grenada, in the parliament, and it is always broadcast, they will make the place come like students who are supposed to be looking at these things, the junior parliamentarians, like who do in the school parliament, they will not be learning the right procedures of parliament. I was rather shocked to hear the Honorable Ron Redhead basically telling the Speaker of the House to keep the leader of the opposition crap, like tell the man to shut up because what he said is nothing and foolishness. He also questioned the member for Tongue of St. George, questioned the guy's educational background. I mean, come on, Ron. You are what, only 30 years old. These men are in politics long, and even though you don't like the style of politics, have the decorum, have the respect, right? And lastly, I saw in this national town hall meeting that they had, was it Wednesday night? And there were certain things I was hearing going on in this particular meeting. Like for one, they renamed a project that NDC had going on for a couple of years well. They call it WASH, which we call it Batman to other things. Water access and sanitation in homes. And it's like they changing the name, and it looks like it was their project. Then they will say they want to have a WASH Susuno. So in other words, the Minister for South St. George get up and say, let have a susu. And he's putting $20, and the next minister put $100. And so we as citizens that are paying to this fund or paying to this susu without regulation. All these things raise a red flag to me. I don't know if the Grenadians looking at this thing and don't understand what's going on, but to me, that is what you call sycophancy on steroids. Have a good morning, gentlemen.
Bless. Igwe.
Bless Igwe. Let's take a small break, Igwe, and come back.
All right, no problem. It's real, it's 91.9. Our time check for you is 8:30. We'll be back after we pay a little bills.
.5 Real FM got you covered.
Now more than ever, Flow is working hard to keep you connected to the things that matter most. Your family, your work, and your favorite entertainment. We are also providing Flow Study free of charge so students can stay connected and up to date with their schoolwork. And because your safety is our highest priority, you can manage your account from the safety of your own home through the MyFlow app. We are here for you, keeping you connected.
Ozone really gets it clean. Get with the Ozone family line of products. Ozone liquid laundry detergent. Perfect for your semi or fully automatic washing machines. Yet suitable for your hand wash. Soft on your hands. Ozone disinfectant cleaner. It's the most powerful disinfectant and cleaner with a long-lasting fresh scent. Tackles every job around the house or office. Ozone detergent powder and ultra soft fabric softener gets your clothes clean with a natural freshness. Keeps your colors bright. Choose from the wonderful scents: soft flower, ocean breeze, and the new aloe vera. Keep your kitchen sparkling clean with the Ozone dishwashing liquid, Ozone sponges, and cleaning cloth. Ozone toilet bowl cleaner removes lime scale and kills germs while giving your toilet a refreshing scent. Ozone really gets it clean. Marketed and distributed by Calico, Frequente St. George's, and are available at shops and supermarkets nationwide.
Need a quick, convenient way to pay your bills and avoid lines? Use the online banking feature from Republic Bank, First Caribbean, or Co-op Bank. Contact them today to set up your online banking and enjoy 24-hour convenience to make your bill payments.
Grenlink, energizing our Grenada.
M&M Hardware Limited, Hope St. Andrew and Dusty Highway, St. George. Shop conveniently for all your building materials, including plumbing, electrical, lumber, cement, steel, and much more. We manufacture roofing sheets available in 11 colors, aluminum windows, doors, insect screens, and hurricane shutters. Installation services are available for all our manufactured products. Our opening hours are Monday to Friday, 8 a.m. to 4 p.m., Saturdays, 8 a.m. to 3 p.m. M&M Hardware Limited. Come on in and experience our affordable prices, or call us 444-6757 or 440-6757 Dusty Highway. Email us at info@mahonhardware.com or mnmdusty@mahonhardware.com. M&M Hardware, foundation to roof. Let's build together.
Broadcasting from the historical Parish Main Street, Certez, to your home, vehicle and office. Today's hit music on Real FM.
You asking me what is wrong with Trinidad? You can't understand why things go on so bad. You find we so rich in human resources, and yet the country going to pieces. Well, let me tell you, my friend, where we went wrong. After Eric Williams' old car breakdown, we called in an AR, we ordered an next car and installed a new driver. With 33 passengers from the party, we gave him a maxi taxi, fitted with mag wheels, tape deck, computer, air conditioned 8-cylinder. With posh new fittings, this maxi car arrived. Then it started to swerve and nosedive. It took a year for passengers to realize. They say the new driver cannot drive.
We subject ourselves to scrutiny, and we've never held public office. But those who've held public office for 38 years cannot go on the Kellon Bob show. They do not appear on the Calistro Faria show. They do not appear on Beyond the Headlines. They do not have pocket meetings and give you the mic to ask them questions. So ask yourself, when they do not wish to subject themselves to your scrutiny, to answer your questions, to meet and greet and hear from you, why are they still coming back and asking you to allow them to represent?
Holy Willie Gwe.
Yes, Igwe. Now, the Prime Minister made a profound statement. At the time, he was the leader of the National Democratic Congress, and he was big on this area of scrutiny, and he was indicating that the administration of the DNNP were afraid of being scrutinized, and they didn't want to go on the Kale and Bob show, they didn't want to go on Kalisha show, they didn't want to attend beyond the headlines. I will read something from the budget document on page 6, what the Prime Minister said. Notwithstanding the foregoing, Mr. Speaker, we are highly confident that our policies and programs will continue to spur growth and the creation of sustainable jobs, empower our less fortunate citizens, and begin the process of real progress and development among our people. Following on the 6% growth of this year, he made that statement last year, 2022, the economy is forecasted to expand by 3.6% in 2023, underpinned by continued strong recovery in the tourism and robust construction activities. Mr. Speaker, in our journey to bring genuine development to our country, we will undoubtedly face mounting challenges. However, we are certain that we can withstand and surmount every trial if we face them together as one people and one nation under God. So the Prime Minister in his budget deliberation speak about policies and programs. And I want to zero in on policies and programs, because I like to be fair in my analysis. So you afraid scrutiny because you announce a press conference and then you cancel the press conference and then you're going to have a NDC meeting, a rally in St. David's. And going forward in programs, we'll deal with and treat with some of the issues, but I want to zero in on one that come from the Honorable Andy Williams, in which he indicated that he and the government have barely, because they're dealing with plans and programs, Igwe. Because they say they have barely. But the questions I want to ask of the Prime Minister, when are you coming for us to scrutinize you? Because he was big on scrutinizing. And you talk about the policies and programs. So when Honorable Andy Williams say they have barely and guts, that is telling. So I need to ask Mr. Williams, you have barely, the present administration have guts, so you will do whatever it takes to maintain power. Because the thing about it is, when I analyze the whole thing, it's only power you people in the thing for, not to help people. So you really have barely, Mr. Williams, to accept $2.3 million from GDB. You had to have barely. When information suggests that you receive a loan and you say that the bank you just deal with, and it was derelict in satisfying what was required for that loan, you really have barely and guts to accept another one for $2.3 million. Mr. Redhead, because I ain't afraid to see what I have to say. you really have barely, Mr. Redhead, to go on the media and say you had a gift or you receive a gift, and on Monday of this week you pay 10,000, and on Wednesday of this week you pay another 8,000 for your gift. All you have barely, and I want to know if that is the policies and programs the Prime Minister was talking about in his budget deliberation. Mr. Williams, when you talk about belly and guts, is it you have to have belly and guts to make over 1,500 people go? Most of those people are women and single mothers. You have to have belly and guts as a government to do that to poor people children. Mr. Prime Minister, when Mr. Williams talk about belly and guts, all you have to have belly and guts to make the faith-based people go, and then still try to spin a story as if they was just getting free money from the government of the day. All you have to have belly and guts to do that. Mr. Prime Minister, all you have to have belly and guts to do what all you do to the seed program. Take out 150 when you, Mr. Prime Minister, quote the World Bank report about poverty and 650. That was your words. All you have to have belly to take out 150 from the 450 in some cases the people were receiving. Mr. Prime Minister, I want to know, when Mr. Williams mentioned about belly and guts, if it was when you make all the people with CJs and you refuse to pay them, you refuse to pay faith-based workers, you didn't afford them natural justice. I want to know if it's that the kind of belly and guts, and if it's the kind of policies and program you mentioned in the budget, Mr. Prime Minister. Mr. Prime Minister, the people of Carriacou, the women of Carriacou, because the legal advisor to the cabinet and by extension the country, see, she had no problem in you making the people go because you're saying they wear political jersey. So when you say about belly and guts, Mr. Prime Minister, when Andy Williams say about the Honorable Andy Williams say about belly and guts, I want to know if that the belly and guts and the plans and program you have for this country by taking advantage of the people in Carriacou, those in polls, the wardens, MNIB workers. Because looking at it from the outside, it take a man with real belly and guts to do those things to people. It take a man with real belly and guts to act like a vulture to the poor, the weak, and the needy. So when Mr. Williams speak of all you have belly and guts to take the tough decisions, Mr. Pierre, these are decisions that are very tough, to do to people, So I tie that in with the pronouncement by the Prime Minister in the budget when he speak about policies and programs. He also went on to say instructively, there is a well-known African proverb that states, if you want to go fast, go alone. But if you want to go far, go together. Mr. Speaker, we want to change that narrative. We believe it is possible to go fast and far by working collectively towards a clear and common goal with prosperity. Now, what is the clear goal? I ask Mr. Prime Minister. Because the way you treat with people, and in all instances, and you, Mr. Prime Minister, is in the know, Because when you spoke about contract work, you said the Employment Act make it illegal for contract work. But those who was on contract, you fire them unceremoniously. You didn't even afford them natural justice. Flagrantly violating the Employment Act, which you know about, because you mention it in your discussion. Then we came to this bill. Is it a plan, a program, or a policy of this present administration to muzzle the citizens of this country? Mr. Andy Williams, is it belly and guts to go to Barbados and lose $70 million for the Western Main Road project? You have belly and guts to go in town hall and still talking, and your behavior in the Parliament of Grenada, you have to have belly and guts to behave in that derogatory manner. The Speaker of the House, when they speak about this government having belly and guts and taking a tough decision, the Alice in Wonderland position you're taking in Parliament, Mr. Speaker, you really have belly and guts. So when Mr. Williams was speaking about belly and guts, he took me back. I see them in and them really have belly, you know, borrowing a line from a Calypsonian, and a real strong mind, you know. Because if it was me, I would have quit a long, long time. Because to do the citizens of Grenada, the single mothers, the women who depend on those work they had to go forward, and the present Prime Minister in his New Year's address say the situation is worse in terms of cost of living. So, Mr. Williams, the Prime Minister, Mr. Lacret and others, when we talk about belly and guts to take the tough decision, because all the decisions taken against the people of Grenada since this government has been in office, you have to have guts and belly to take those decisions against the people of this country whom you claim you want to represent. That brings me to the point that you don't care about the people. All you care about is power. Because when we hear the situation of the 18,000 for PAW 92, and you cannot take no action, it means you have 9 prime ministers, and just because you want to hang on to power, you take a Pontius Pilate position on a crime. So when you talk about plans and policies and programs, is it to open corruption? Is it to allow sitting ministers to commit crime and cover it up? Because when information surfaced that you indicated a payment of $10,000 will be made on Monday, and Monday $10,000 was paid in the presence of 2 sitting MPs, is that your plans and policy to bring development to this country? And when on Tuesday night, another attempt was made to pay another $8,000, and they say no, we don't doing business in night, come back tomorrow. And Wednesday they return with the $8,000 for a gift what they claim was theirs. Is this your policies and programs to bring development to this country? I say in my own way, with this old ram goat way of doing business and the attempt to muzzle people with this legislation, I'm asking you, Mr. Prime Minister, present yourself for some form of scrutiny. Because we have concerns and we can ask because you leave us to speculate. And we don't want to speculate wrongly. So simply, sir, do the honorable thing. And don't tell me out in Tobago you feel comfortable with journalists. Because you have some here. You mention the doctor, the narrative, GBN. Present yourself, Mr. Prime Minister, for some form of scrutiny. Mr. Pierre.
I think sometimes when we are dealing with the Prime Minister of Grenada, particularly because he's new to politics, one have to start to study him. It appears that the Prime Minister deliberately twists the truth and mislead people. Or he has a culture of tampering with the truth. When he said, we present ourselves for scrutiny, and he compared it with 38 years, was he disassociating himself from the mainstream NDC? You see, these are questions that perhaps journalists and radio personalities should be asking to keep people close to the truth. You don't have to have belly. The National Democratic Congress don't have to have belly to be hostile to the ordinary man. That is the culture. If you go back to 1990, 2008, 2022, but also if you go back to NDC grandmother in 1962, when they encouraged Grenadians to vote for the party to get same pay like what they're getting in Trinidad with unitary state. That is the history of the political party. We have not been explaining that to the public. This is why our marginalized people get tricked so easily. Some of the pertinent issues that have to be discussed, the Prime Minister is shying away. They practically have a phobia from the media. And that's why we have to appeal to Tobago and Trinidad. And Mr. Bridge, the Bridgeman them come out in Tobago. That's where that family come out, Tobago. So we have a lot of family in Tobago. So we just have to continue to ask, let the journalists from Tobago ask the Grenadian Prime Minister question, and Barbados, and Trinidad. Because normally, anytime we have issues in Grenada, the other Caribbean countries like to send troops. So now we encouraging them to ask information. The journalists and radio personality in Grenada must demand that the Grenada Prime Minister and his members open up themselves for scrutiny. There's just too much questions to be asked. You know, definitely too much questions to be asked. You might have to, and we are glad you're going to Tobago.
Yeah, I'm going to Tobago.
You might have to ask some. Because you know we always have a good listenership in Tobago.
But you know the song what the guy sing to? All them Tobago gal. Yeah, I'll get that.
Good.
Yeah. Yes. But anyway, I am baffled. Baffled because I know for a fact, and it is, you see it, that the Prime Minister, present Prime Minister, very eloquent, seems to know most of his subject matters. There are those that Peter David have to remind him of. Well, he seems to be aware of most of his subject matters, but is scared of even what he considers to be good media people. He's scared of them. What is he scared of? I didn't get a chance to listen to the town hall meeting that he had in St. David. But I understand that they launched something called WASH. And someone pointed out to me that WASH is just a rehash of the bathroom and toilet project that the past administration had in full working order. So you change the name, you give it a next name, you call it WASH, and now you want to sell it to the Grenadian people again. So that brings us to the point here that a lot of people keep making. And that point is simply this. What is new in the budget? What is new in the plans that are not being put forward? And I simply say not being put forward because every single thing that you hear the Congress pushing, it is something that the new National Party was already doing. WASH, how you call the one? The beautification, the one for the beautification on the side of the road. That one. The hotels, the projects, the range project and all the others. There is nothing new at this particular point in time. Except, yes, there is. Save and except victimization. That's the only thing. That's new. And that is sad. Real sad. And as journalists would say, -30-, which means that page finish. Next page.
As you speak about beautification, I want to go back in history. Eric Gary decided to plant flowers in Granite Town. One among the criticism to Gary. You know Gary plant fig in Granite Town. When you're going up to 1910, the Alliance then say, Lord of mercy, Gary getting mad. He planting flowers in Granite Town instead of planting food. Even Gary writes out to say, oh God, Uncle planting flowers in Granite Town. Gary plant banana in Granite Town. The Alliance say, Gary mind bad as Granite Town fig leaf.
Damn.
So he appears one of the massive transformation project is beautification. But we had that sister from St. George's that used to take on some beautification process, and you had Best Village, and so this is an ongoing aspect in Grenada that you expect all government to do. But it really is of interest, and it's practically scary. What project the government have to create employment? You know of any massacre? What project the government have?
Not known to us.
To create employment. And this is key. Now you have the issue in St. Lucia and people making comment on it. But this was long in coming. You remember we had a situation in St. Lucia where I think some people went inside a church and caused damage to people in the congregation. One of the comments that was significant is one of the priests then said, there is growing level of disrespect and intolerance in the society. And when these things happen, we in Grenada here have to be careful because our level of crime and violence is not as intense or is not as much as the other countries in the Caribbean, but it seems our attitude to the marginalized, our attitude towards unemployed people, our distaste, and some of the expressions that we have for the less, we have ever called.
I don't think so. I think the engineer is trying to sort out the cameras and so on.
Yes. But he's for the news too.
He's trying to sort out the cameras, so he'll take the news and
yes, thank you.
Yeah.
Let's take the news on me back here. Camera stressing me today.
Triple N. Informative, entertaining, and first. Every hour on the hour.
This is the latest news update as produced by Triple N. Details when we get back.
M&M Hardware Limited, Hope St. Andrew and Dusty Highway, St. George. Shop conveniently for all your building materials, including plumbing, electrical, lumber, cement, steel, and much more. We manufacture roofing sheets available in 11 colors, aluminum windows, doors, inset screens, and hurricane shutters. Installation services are available for all our manufactured products. Our opening hours are Monday to Friday, 8 a.m. to 4 p.m., Saturdays, 8 a.m. to 3 p.m. M&N Hardware Limited. Come on in and experience our affordable prices, or call us 444-6757 or 440-6757 Dusty Highway. Email us at info@mahonhardware.com or mnmdusty@mahonhardware.com. M&M Hardware, foundation proof. Let's build together.
Welcome back. Locally, a high-level delegation from the Federal Ministry of Environment, Nature Conservation, Nuclear Safety and Consumer Protection of Germany recently visited Carriacou to discuss the feasibility of more climate-resilient projects with a focus on water development. In the region, Senior Manager of the Central Bank in Trinidad and Tobago, Terence Clark, says while there has been an increase in the use of electronic payments locally, most transactions are still done in cash. Terry Brown Campbell tells us more as to why this is not necessarily good.
Cash is still king. That's the word from Central Bank Senior Manager Terence Clark. Mr. Clark noted, while still in high demand, the number of cash transactions are shrinking.
During the last financial year, electronic payments accounted for almost 40% of total value of retail payments. The balance, which is 60%, largely cash and checks. But consider the fact, in 2021-2022, the value of these transactions were about 14%, this is cash and checks, less than in 2017-2018.
The central bank executive added that cash is seen as a high-risk commodity because of storage, transportation, theft, and fraud.
Over the past 5 years, Trinidad and Tobago has seen steady growth in this area. The value of these electronic payments, and by these electronic payments I'm talking about the ACH transactions and cards, increased by some 85% from the period 2017-2018 to 2021-2022.
Mr. Clark made his comments at Glory and Tridium Caribbean Limited's launch of their new self-service digital kiosk. This kiosk will allow consumers to use cash or electronic methods to purchase goods and services. Terry Ann Brown Campbell, TTT News.
Around the globe, U.S. Blinken meets with AU representatives in Ethiopia.
U.S. Secretary of State Antony Blinken met with African Union representatives this Thursday in the Ethiopian capital, Addis Ababa. The meeting forms part of the Biden administration's efforts to show deference to the region and avoid perceptions of an overbearing U.S. role. The U.S. government is seeking a renewed engagement in Africa in the face of rising investment by China, seen as the main challenger to the United States in the region. After Ethiopia, Blinken is heading to Niger, a country seen as an outpost of support for Western military operations in a region increasingly dominated by Russia.
And in sports, Chelsea will face holders Real Madrid in the Champions League quarterfinals. Pep Guardiola faces his former club as Manchester City plays six-time winners Bayern Munich. This ends the latest news update as produced by Triple N. Thank you for listening.
Triple N. Informative, entertaining, and first. Every hour on the hour. Broadcasting from the historical Parish Main Street, Certez, to your home, vehicle, and office. Today's hit music on Real FM.
M&M Hardware Limited, Hope St. Andrew and Dusty Highway, St. George. Shop conveniently for all your building materials, including plumbing, electrical, lumber, cement, steel, and much more. We manufacture roofing sheets available in 11 colors, aluminum windows, doors, inset screens, and hurricane shutters. Installation services are available for all our manufactured products. Our opening hours are Monday to Friday, 8 a.m. to 4 p.m., Saturdays, 8 a.m. to 3 p.m. M&N Hardware Limited. Come on in and experience our affordable prices or call us 444-6757 or 440-6757 Dusty Highway. Email us at info@mahonhardware.com or mnmdusty@mahonhardware.com. M&M Hardware, foundation to roof. Let's build together.
The NLA is giving you more chances to multiply your Playway winnings by adding Multi-X to your regular Playway bets to win up to 5 times more. Imagine winning as much as $1,200 instead of $240 with a $10 Playway bet by simply adding Multi-X. Place your Playway bets from $1 to $10 or in increments on your favorite Playway symbols or numbers. Then add the Multi-X option at the same value to win 2 times, 3 times, 5 times more, or free plays. With Multi-X, you must bet the same amount wagered on your regular Playway bets for your winnings to be multiplied. Grenadians, value your dreams and win your way as much as 5 times more with Multi-X added to Playway and watch your money grow. Coming soon to authorized agents near you. Must be 18 years or older to play. NLA, making your dreams come true.
Ozone really gets it clean. Get with the Ozone family line of products. Ozone liquid laundry detergent. Perfect for your semi or fully automatic washing machines. Yet suitable for your hand wash. Soft on your hands. Ozone disinfectant cleaner. It's the most powerful disinfectant and cleaner with a long-lasting fresh scent. Tackles every job around the house or office. Ozone detergent powder and ultra soft fabric softener gets your clothes clean with a natural freshness. Keeps your colors bright. Choose from the wonderful scents: soft flower, ocean breeze, and the new aloe vera. Keep your kitchen sparkling clean with the Ozone dishwashing liquid, Ozone sponges, and cleaning cloth. Ozone toilet bowl cleaner removes lime scale and kills germs while giving your toilet a refreshing scent. Ozone really gets it clean. Marketed and distributed by Calico, Frequente St. George's, and are available at shops and supermarkets nationwide.
The Climate Smart Agriculture and Rural Enterprise Program, SIEP, in collaboration with the Grenada Food and Nutrition Council, GFNC, will be conducting a practical nutrition session with school children ages 8 to 14 during the Easter holiday. Children will learn the importance of healthy eating practices using fun, exciting games, and will be given the opportunity to prepare delicious and healthy recipes developed by the team at the GFNC. Sessions will start on April 4th in Petite Montney at the St. Thomas Aquinas RC School from 10 a.m. to 3 p.m. Carriacou sessions will be held at the Hillsborough Secondary School on April 5th. St. John and St. Mark, St. John Anglican Primary School, April 11th. St. Patrick Anglican Primary School, April 12th. St. Andrew, St. Mary's Roman Catholic School, located in Lafayette, St. Andrew, April 13th. St. George's and St. David, St. Martin de Porres Primary School, located in Crowshoe, St. Andrew, April 14. All sessions in Carriacou and Grenada will be from 8:30 a.m. to 2 p.m. Parents must complete consent forms by the deadline March 24th to confirm your child's attendance. Limited spaces are available. Please contact 442-0105 or email saep@saep.gov.gd for more information.
91.5 Real FM got you covered.
You asking me what is wrong with Trinidad? You can't understand why things go on so bad. You find we so rich in human resources, and yet the country going to pieces. Well, let me tell you, my friend, where we went wrong. After Eric Williams' old car breakdown, we called in an AR, we ordered an X-car and installed a new driver. With 33 passengers from the party, we gave him a maxi taxi, fitted with Magui tape deck, computer, air conditioned cylinder. With posh new fittings, this maxi car arrives. Then it start to swerve and nosedive. It took a year for passengers to realize. They say the new driver cannot drive.
Number of persons living in the region who are unbanked, which means they do not have a bank account, because it is impossible for them to open one. So if you're a fisherman in Guava and you live in your mother's home and you're going out to fish and you come back, they want proof of where you live. Well, it's your mother's house, so the water bill, the electricity bill is in her name. So what proof would you have? And what that means is then it leaves you out of the banking system, so you just spend the money. You spend the money, you have no savings, you have no credit history, you can't get a loan, you can't get a mortgage, and then what? It's because our banks are being made to comply, and in my view, they are overzealous in their desire to comply with rules that are imposed on us by Americans and Europeans when it comes to our banking sector. That's the truth. All of these paper, the compliance, the over-compliance, the 10 pieces of ID, the wanting to know whether you have a utility bill, the reference letter, all of that is rules that are imposed upon us by organizations in North America, in Europe, that says, quote unquote, they are trying to prevent anti-money laundering, anti-terrorism financing, etc., etc. You can go to North America and open a bank account in 5 minutes. That's the challenge we face. And I make no apology for it. A lot of the times, these rules are underpinned by a clear north-south divide. And the bulk of the people who live in the south look like me and you. And the bulk of the people who live in the north, they don't look like us. So that's part of the challenge. So it's not just as simple. This is the situation in every OECS territory. In most of the Caribbean islands, face what they call de-risking. Most transactions are carried out in US dollars, which means you have to have a relationship with a US bank in order to send and receive foreign monies and so on. And they are threatening to not allow our banks to have relationship with foreign US banks. And if that happens, it basically means you're locked out of the international financial system. So those are issues that we face, which sometimes threatens our actual livelihood. So sometimes you don't understand why you are being put through what you're being put through. As I stated in my first national address, and which I repeat, as a nation, we must recognize and reward the dignity of work. It is the workers of our nation that have built this nation. We must encourage and reward worker productivity. Our workers must have a major stake in the economic benefits of our country. There must be an end to the so-called contract work. Our workers must be made permanent or be given indefinite status and job security. Our workers, not just public service workers, but all workers, must be paid pensions or gratuity upon retirement.
And NDC government will put an end to contract workers in the public service as soon as it takes office. There is no need for a parallel public service in Grenada. All workers will be given permanent status.
Drive Igwe.
Mr. Pierre, before we took the break for the news, you asked a pertinent question. You asked me what is this present administration doing in terms of helping the employment situation. Now, the Honorable Prime Minister rightly indicated some of the obstacles in opening a simple account. But the action of his government cannot even get you to the point where you have money to go and open an account. So he rightly pointed out all the obstacles and red tape into opening an account, and he draw the parallel with North America, and it could go 5 minutes. But if you find over 1,500 people, if you owing people for work they done and you don't pay them, they can't even approach the bank and Mr. Pierre. What's he? Pierre, you're sleeping on me, man.
The fact remains is that we can always make those statements. The biggest challenge is when we are not deep thinkers. Because the Prime Minister make a statement, and the statement is true. The saddest part is the Prime Minister just learned that. He just knew that. What the Prime Minister needed to do is to find out ways to counteract the demands of the bank. And there are a number of ways in which you could easily provide address for people.
Yeah, there are a lot of ways you can do that. The police can give you that, The police can give you proof of address. A police record gives you proof of address. A registered letter is proof of address. So you don't necessarily have to have bail in your name and all kind of monkey trick like that. And bail in your name. If Kenny Lal Singh addresses a bill that I have in relation to me owing him, and he addresses that bill to my address or wherever I live, and I get that bill, that is as good as a utility bill. Because it is a bill that, the utility bill means that you owe either Flo or Nawasa or Grenlink, correct?
Definitely.
So, the bill from Kenny Lal Singh, which gets to me just like a utility bill, it means I owe Kenny Lal Singh. So that in itself is as powerful as a utility bill. So it really means that, and to anchor what you said, Mr. Pierre, for the first time since the Prime Minister took office, he made a correct statement. The problems in the bank in relation to an account is too much. However, while he did point that out, he, in that whole statement, did not say how his government was going to at least try to see how these things can be lifted off the backs of the poor man. How it can be lifted just like the fisherman would lift the fish out of the water and put it inside of the boat. How it can be lifted so that the fisherman, which is what he said, will not go and spend monies. But I believe our fishermen smarter than that. You understand? But we need to be told by the Prime Minister, I have identified this problem, and therefore I'm going to speak to my compatriots, the other leaders in the Caribbean, on the issue and see how we can collectively go forward. If it happen, it happen. If it don't happen, it don't happen, but at least he tried. But he, as usual, Pierre, he continues to point things out, and he has no solutions to them.
When you select representatives or in any group, you select them to solve problems, not to go and cost people, not to jump up, not to stick to their own injuries. They come to you and say, I could represent you. You select them to solve your problem. The National Democratic Congress have a historical blight. They're so bitter, so vengeful, and has lost elections so much that they are not thinkers. The court, you could go to the court and the court could give you a legal address. This is nonsense the credit union and the banks are doing, and they are only doing it to destroy the people in the lower income group. Because if you have money, you have a house. If you have money, you have address. You're going to be able to get things away from the people on
the barrel.
Yeah. And you're going to have address.
A barrel is proof of addressing.
A barrel?
Yeah.
Yes. Your name is on the barrel. Your name is on the barrel. Andre Donald, Carl Donald, whatever, is on the barrel.
Yeah, but
if they are looking for Carl Caton of Riversally. And the barrel comes Carl Caton, Riversally, St. Patrick. And Carl gets the document from the broker or the agency or whosoever bringing the barrel. That is proof of address.
You know what is sad? Sometimes I wonder why bright people don't think. A man walking around with a briefcase of certificate, but he's not a thinker. Sit down and determine, go to the court, pass the necessary laws, and make address for your people.
But not only that, Francis, what should happen is that the advisor within the ministry, the advisor to the Prime Minister in the Ministry of Finance, Mr. Duncan, he's an ex-banker. Many years he would have spent in the banking field. He should be in a position to advise the Prime Minister, this is the way to go. Not just go out there and blah, 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 and say we have a problem. So, let me tell you something. So, I go to the doctor. The doctor tell me how he believe I have stones in my bladder. Well, okay, yeah, thanks for the information. What are we doing about it? You can just tell me that. We have to have a course of action. You can't tell me I'm diabetic and don't do so and make sure I metformin and other drugs to deal with it. You cannot do that as a doctor. So you, Mr. Prime Minister, you are the doctor for the nation. And therefore, don't just identify the ailment, but tell us how we are going to deal with it. And do not make it even more difficult, as Carl would have said. Do not make it even more difficult for others by getting rid of them. By that I mean, fine them. You fire them, they can't even approach the bank, as Carl would have said, to open an account.
And the Prime Minister of Grenada and the National Democratic Congress, they unravel the remnant of confidence the bank had in the people in the lower income group, in the informal sector, and workers on contract. Why do I say that? Now let us suppose, let me give you a worst case scenario. Let us suppose you have a worker working with Kenny Lalsin, and I like to jump up on Kenny. You can't
do
Let us suppose you have a worker working with Kenny Lalsin for the last 5-6 years. And they go to RBTT or one of the Republic Bank for a loan. And the bank going to say to this worker, you need a job letter.
Yes.
When Kenny gives that person a job letter, and the bank satisfied with the job letter, the bank will say, Kenny, they in business immediately after they lock him up in the revolution, he form a business. Kenny is a stable force and an expanding business. That worker could work with Kenny until she dead. The bank will give her the loan. They have a very good chance of giving her the loan. What the government come in and do is to unravel that confidence by firing workers that spend 9, 10, 16 years with government.
17 years.
For the first time, the bank realized that these workers working so long, but they could be fired anytime. And the private sector now, it is easier now to get rid of workers than before because the government ignore precedent, tradition, history, and the private sector will gladly do that. The Prime Minister of Grenada need to apologize and retract and re-employ those workers he fired for political reason. And maybe we have to ask the Tobago journalists or the Trinidad and Barbados journalists to ask why a new individual who come in politics, who promised so much to the people who are on contract and shaft them so badly. I think the Prime Minister have to apologize and give an explanation and a reason why he did that. Because all these things contribute to the downturn in the economy. Grenada is a small country. Confidence is a big thing. You don't have to believe me. Go and ask the people in the bank. Go and ask the people in the credit union. Ask Kenny Lalsin if confidence in the economy is a big plus for the economy. People may not paint their house because they say thing bad. A businessman may not employ new workers because they say thing bad. He may not expand because thing bad. Workers may be reluctant to ask for pay because thing bad. Confidence is an important issue. All the government has been doing is rattling the confidence of the economy and will contribute to the continued downturn of the economy until perhaps we take with Jaji Bundle and we have to go to the International Monetary Fund again.
Structural adjustment?
Well, you either go to them or you take it for yourself, you know. You either go to them or you take the medicine structural adjustment program. And this government already is very hostile towards the elderly, the physically challenged, the disadvantaged children, and marginalized women. They are very hostile towards them. So I am worried, you know, and extremely concerned, and hope that the moderate members of the National Democratic Congress pay heed to what we say. And if you don't believe us, go and ask the workers in the bank. Ask them. They're concerned to ask the workers in the credit union. Have a one-to-one with them. Ask them. This economy was showing great hope. Yes, caller, welcome. Morning. Yes, caller, welcome.
Hello, good morning.
Go right ahead.
Shuffling for the phone, they were.
Yes, some of the statements that I heard from the Prime Minister today and was second and third by some of you all is not true. Or it's not totally true. The fisherman can open a bank account. Even if you do not have an proof of address which the bank requires is a utility bill, he can get a JP to sign a document saying, yes, this Mr. stays in whatsoever.
That is exactly what we were saying.
Well, I told him that, and his parents or whosoever can sign the document saying that he lives at this residence. So a statement like that is
erroneous.
I don't know. Exactly. Just imagine someone do not know and hear that. They will not go to the bank because they say, well, I cannot open it because this is what the Prime Minister says, and they think that they take that as gospel. Some things are maddening. And it's obsessively shared.
Say that again?
I think it's obsessively shared. You know what I mean? It's not right. It's not right at all.
It is not right.
In public.
Thanks for your call, bro.
Take care.
All right, great. Take care. Have a wonderful day. This is Real. This is 91.9, 91.5, www.realfmgrenada.com. DXtention for another Friday. What date is it, Gates? Igwe, what's that today?
17th.
The 17th. Do you know that today represents
St. Patrick's Day.
St. Patrick's Day.
Krong City.
You can say it like that. In many cities across the world, there are big parades. And I think it is. Is St. Patrick's Day something to do more with the Anglicans than the Catholics, right?
Yes, it's more
Irish.
It's more celebrated by the Anglicans than the Irish.
But then the Irish, aren't the Irish more Catholic based than the Anglicans? What kind of tie-up are you trying to tie us up?
In St. Patrick's Day, we will have a mention.
Are they tying us up like how the government trying to tie us up?
But because you're St. Patrick's, it's more important to you. St. Andrew is more important to us than St. Andrew.
Okay. Well, so, St. Patrick's, we are a true representation of the new national party. Green.
St. Patrick's.
Green.
but also, I think one of the and I blame personalities and including me and other people in the country. The new national party always more concerned and always seems to be thinking and geared to people in the lower income group. All through time, the Eric Matthew Gary and the new national party. The NDC and the old GNP, let's call them GNP grandchild. They always seems to be want to play highty-tighty and seems to be hostile towards people in the lower income group. And that is why the Prime Minister could make a dumb statement like that. He's supposed to solve the problem. He's supposed to call a few individuals and say, listen, we have to have a way to circumvent this hindrance from the bank. Let us inform our young people how they could get legal addresses and get it done. You have an ID card from the electoral office, yet the bank giving you
the bank telling you that's not an ID.
You have an NIS card with your picture. You have a farmer's ID card. Yes, scholar?
No.
Yeah. You have a farmer's ID card. So what the government have to do, even if it is necessary to go to the courts and pass laws, you have JP. Yes, scholar, welcome.
Good morning to you.
Yes, scholar, welcome.
Good morning to Mr. Carl Kitten and my Mr. Donald. Good morning to you. Igwe, bonjour to all. Hey, I listen to all a very interesting program, and I'm telling the truth. I'm fed up with this reverse psychology our Prime Minister is making. Can you hear me?
Mm-hmm.
Right. This reverse psychology our Prime Minister is making. He's saying the things what the people want to hear. And the worst part of it, implementation. He cannot implement nothing. I was listening to Calistra and AJ Williams, and he said the biggest problem they have in the day is implementation. They cannot implement nothing. It come like they break up and they break down. Contract work has been there for years and years, all in the 80s. I know it abroad. Everybody come on contract work. Why you want to fool the Grenadian people and telling them that you don't want no more contract workers? Everybody should be permanent, and you know you cannot implement it. You know you cannot help them. You come like you're giving them promises. Promises is a comfort to a fool. So you take Grenadian people as fools. That's why you're making empty promises to them. You talk about the housing project here, the Chinese houses, the promise to give them. The NMP initiated everybody letters to have the house, so the accommodation. And what happened? You come, you take it away. You promise them you'll build 500 houses. I can't remember, it's every constituency?
Every parish.
Every parish, yes. You promise them he'll do that, but then what happened? That never take place. That is a promise for comfort to a fool again, right? The people are waiting. The people fed up of sleeping in their mother house. They have children, they grown up, and now something come to them like houses, so they could be a man and a woman to have a very independent life. You come and you take it away from them again. That is bad. That is well wicked. It's wicked of the Prime Minister. He's young. He come like the people in the days of old, them young people in the days of old. They don't listen to no elders. So he just carrying on doing the same thing. They have no respect. These young juvenile children who seeing the mother breast milk on their face, they have no respect for people. You cannot be doing those things to the Grenadian people. The Grenadian people suffer much, and the country was going forward. You see everybody on morning time, they're going to work. A lot who don't want to work, they just don't want to work. When I just came to this country, I used to see a lot of idle hands outside because NDC was in power. They sit down on the block, they're talking, they're drinking, they're smoking, they do whatever they can. Right? If there is someone building up a house in the village, they want job, they're glad because they get a little work to do. When NMP came, all these things changed. People was going forward. Young people become man and woman because they have an independent life, they have a job. No, you take it away from them. You put them out to pasture. What do you want them to do? What do you want them to do? All young children who is on the e-money, when they get their money, they get their wages, they pay a bill in the house, they help their parents. No, you take that away from them. They have no independent life. You put them to beg. Shopkeepers balling because they can't get no sale for the goods. It's the people who is working in the local community. They are the one who's spending. They have the spending power. Right now, you take away the spending power for them. Now we want to see action. We want to see something good for the people. Stop making empty promises, Mr. Prime Minister. Stop making the empty promises. Grenadians are no fool. You already start to make us a fool. The first time when you came in, you talk about Pity Martinique, Carriacou, and Grenada. right? So you're turning the people backward instead of we going forward. Have a nice day, you all. God bless you all.
All right, thanks.
Talk to you later. Bye-bye.
Bye. All right, guys, we're going to go take a break and we'll be back after this. Folks, stay tuned.
91.5 Real FM got you covered.
Do you know, when you play the games of the National Lotteries Authority, you are supporting sports, culture, and nation building in Grenada, Carriacou, and Petit-Martinique?
Hi, I am Junior Murray, cricket coach, sports enthusiast, and a former West Indies cricketer. I endorse the games of the NLA 100%. For the past 40 years, the NLA has been funding many sporting activities, including competition for schools and clubs, and for athletes to participate in overseas tournaments such as the Carifta Games and the regional cricket tournaments. Additionally, they made it possible for you, the public, to view local, regional, and international tournaments from the comfort of your homes. For those reasons, I play the game of the NLA. Even if I do not win, I know Grenada always wins.
Yes, when you play all the games, the NLA in turn supports sports, culture, and nation-building activities throughout the Tri-Island state.
Who wants to save 30%? Everybody! Now more than ever, Flow understands the need to make your dollar stretch. Our new bundles can help you save 30% off your current bill. Plus, get a free speed upgrade on your in-home internet. Simply add your mobile to your current home services account and save 30%. It's easy. Sign up now and save. All on the most reliable fixed and mobile network on island. Visit a Flow store or call us at 1-800-804-2994 for more information. Flow, it only gets better. Terms and conditions apply.
Grenada, it's time to show off your national colors. On Friday, March 24, the Spice Boys take on the United States of America in a CONCACAF Nations League showdown. Game time 8 p.m. at the Kirani James Athletic Stadium. Tickets are $75 lower stand, $50 upper main stand, $40 secondary stand, $25 bleacher. Tickets available online from goodofed.com or Grenadian Optical, Cherokee Bar, Lixon Bar, Shies Bar, Calico Satans, Maxie's Bar, and St. David's Pharmacy. Grenada versus the USA. 8 p.m. Friday, March 24th. National Colors, National Pride. Sponsored by the Grenada Bottling Company, Serial Bay Express, Glenelg Natural Spring Water, and the Karen Nations League Showdown. 8 p.m. Friday, March 24th.
Now is the time to distribute the information. One Cheney Lane will never be the same as G&D Promotion presents the garden party of a lifetime. Music, food, top shelf drinks, and entertainment galore. It will be an Easter Monday you don't want to miss. Tickets are in a limited amount, so get yours now before they are all sold out. Give Gotafet a call for your ticket, her ticket, and the other tickets. One Cheney Lane, your Easter Monday spot for this Easter and always. Miss this one and blame no one. Remember, there is a massive television as a door prize. One Cheney Lane, I'll see you there.
Broadcasting from the historical Parish Main Street, Certez, to your home, vehicle, and office. Today's hit music on Real FM.
You asking me what is wrong with Trinidad? You can't understand why things go on so bad. You find we so rich in human resources, and yet the country going to pieces. Well, let me tell you, my friend, where we went wrong. After Eric Williams' old car breakdown, driver. With 33 passengers from the party, we gave him a maxi taxi, fitted with mag wheels, tape deck, computer, air conditioned 8-cylinder. With posh new fittings, this maxi car arrived. Then it started to swerve and nosedive. It took a year for passengers to realize. They say the new driver cannot drive.
And we're back.
Yes, folks, we're back. And folks, when we come here, we come to discuss issues that affects people and going and comings through the island state, the tri-island state of Grenada, Carriacou and Petit-Martinique, and as the caller before we went to the break indicated it, not back way.
Not backwards.
Not backwards. Not backward, not backwards. Because the clips we played, and we play those clips so persons could understand what we're saying, and they don't believe that we're making up. We come here just making up things because we anti the government. Our whole thing is to deal with issues, and the issue is the Prime Minister indicated, and we have some credence to how difficult it is to open an account. But with all that said, since he came into power, what has been happening? Plenty people have lost jobs, and that is facts, over 1,500 by now. It is a violation of the Employment Act, but at the same time, it does not give one the ability to even approach a financial institution. Because if you do work in Igwe, you do having money. And the irony of the situation, he use a fisherman as the example. He can't use the ordinary man, and people like make go. Them single mothers, them women. I don't know, like Mr. Pierce said one time, I don't know if he expect them to go and open their business. So, this thing is something concerning to the population, Mr. Pierce. And me and you have had discussions. And the economy, because remember in the budget presentation, although we say semantics, he used words to hide the fact that he expects the economy to grow only by 3.6%. As opposed to when NNP was there, the growth was 6%. So then you have less money. Less because 9% of GDP has to relate to salaries and so on. So you have less money. But he's trying to give you the story about the bank. Because you see, the present Prime Minister, Mr. Pierre, in my view, always try to pull a fast one on somebody. Because he feel as Andre says this one is eloquent, he could speak, he could read. So, okay, let me go and use that and just give them a story because they're so gullible. What's your take on that, Mr. Pierre?
You see, the banks, the financial institutions in small countries are not necessarily supportive of the small individuals or low income group because they believe that there are more risk. And that is why governments intervene. Governments could intervene by discussion with these financial institutions and the banks. It is unfortunate that the credit unions are tricking people because the credit unions come and they want to be the best, behave like the banks, and they make it very difficult. So that is where politicians come in and intervene to help people from the lower income group to able to invest. Now we have to remember, all people like to save, but we don't readily invest. So you need the politician intervention in encouraging people to invest in the informal sector. Now over the years, a lot of work has been done to help people to have confidence in themselves. The fact that Grenada have the most land owners in the region, that was a Gary initiative, but all other politicians before continue on that trajectory. And then government say, yes, the people have their own land, but some of them family pig, they don't family land. You can't fire them. Then government come in and say, let us improve the standard of the house, raise the level of dignity, give them toilets and etc. And government establish the GDB or put more money in the GDB to get small loans. And you speak about workers on contract will able to access these loans. The Prime Minister come in. This new Prime Minister, this corporate lawyer that come in with no history of groups, organization, or able to understand the cry of the ordinary man, come in as a big wolf and attack the elderly, attack the marginalized, attack disadvantaged children, attack the women of Carriacou. What kind of human being is that? And then the Prime Minister is making excuses. The banks you have with little silly things about people cannot, don't have an address to open a loan in the bank. Make the Prime Minister lawyer. If you are a deep thinker, come up with answers how we able to address this issue. And Andrea suggested a number of ways to address this issue. So that is what you need politicians to do. But in addition to that, it is the first time in the history of Grenada, a government come in power and within 9 months, 1,500 workers plus lose their job. In addition to that, a number of people who've been working for years under Imani program, they feel threatened. One girl told me she's a teacher. She tell me she walking on ice. She walking on ice. I say, what going on that doo-doo? She say, right now I'm walking on ice. I say, well, your shoes is not appropriate for walking on ice. What happened? You want me shoe? She say, since the last time she get a little pay was in February. They don't give her no money, and she say, I know they're ready for me. So she in the school where she teaching, she says she walking on ice.
Mr. Pierre, just
now how that could be fair?
The irony of the whole situation with the present Prime Minister, Andrea, I want you to listen to this. After we just come from the GDB saga, he talk about bank. You get where I'm coming from?
No, not yet.
Well,
trying to get there.
Well, O'Halloran, it is said that O'Halloran received 2.3 million just so.
O'Halloran? Yeah. You have to Google O'Halloran. We have
I don't
to
know if you have to go to Panama.
But the thing, you see, one of
John
the biggest
O'Halloran.
faults, one of the biggest faults of this Prime Minister within the past 2 weeks has to do with, one, he does not allow himself to be quizzed by the minute, scrutinized by the media, and therefore the situation with Andy Williams, Minister Andy Williams, the situation with him as exposed is a serious indictment on him and is a milestone around his neck.
Albatross.
He does not know how to deal with it. And therefore, that's one of the reasons I believe that he's not coming out to the media, because they will ask him and he does not want to be quizzed on that particular issue. Because one of the friendly journalists, if I put it so, to him, is Callistra Faria. She is the only journalist who would have had a sit down with him, only local journalists who would have had a sit down with him, a full program. So I have to say that is one of the friendly journalists to him. And she keeps saying, she said it up again on Wednesday evening. She said it again, that while MP for the constituency of Southern George continues to say that he got $600,000, she has information that speaks to a different song. That is what she continues to say. That is what her guest on Wednesdays on the narrative continues to say, i.e. Ms. Simon. Good morning, Ms. Simon. I hope you're listening today. I trust that you are doing fine and having a... How's your granddaughter it is? Yes, I think your granddaughter. How is she? But no, coming back to it, Callistra continues to push the narrative that the MP got more money than he is saying. And Carl, somebody told me that, Andre, what happened was the loan, it was a consolidation of all his debts.
Yep.
Wow.
That is what the person is saying. It was consolidated. And the person said to me that they understand that there was one company that was paid $250,000.
Yeah, in one check.
In one check to a company. So it may be true. It may be true that he got $600,000 in his hand. It may be true that happened. However, it does not mean that $600,000 was the loan at that particular point in time. It is believed that if you look at the account, if eyes are set on the accounts for him within the bank, it will prove to be within the region of the $2.3 or $2.7 million. It will be within that region.
0.5 by 4.
Whatever. So that is the thing. The other thing, and I pointed this out, I think it was last week, and I want to reiterate. The MP said in that interview he did with the New Today, the MP said that the only bank
he
deals with is the Grenada Development Bank. Now, I say to the MP, please, sir, check your own facts, because that cannot be true. Because if it is true that you have a couple of checks that ended up in problems, you cannot write a check, Mr. Pierre, correct me if I'm wrong, you cannot write a check against the Grenada Development Bank. They don't issue checkbooks. They give you a loan. Right? I'm not saying, but I'm asking him to check his facts. You cannot, so by saying that is the only bank you deal with, something is wrong.
The truth abideth not.
You understand? Something is wrong. So you, sir, will have to check your own facts again to realize whether or not you are correct.
This guy are barely on guts.
All right? And there are a number of things. Now, the Prime Minister also has to check on the issue with my good friend, and I've known him since he was a tiny tot. I'm speaking here to
Redhead.
Mr. Redhead. The Prime Minister is under severe pressure. He is under severe pressure.
You could see it in movements.
Mr. Redhead was given a car by a supporter of the National Democratic Congress so as to assist him with dealing with the campaign. For whatever reason, he decided to sell the car. Now, selling the car
was it a gift?
He said that the car was a gift.
February 18th.
You have to go and judge the show.
If anybody gives you a gift, they must sign off the gift to you. Mr. Pierre, you can give me quarter of an acre of land and tell me, Andre, that is a gift. Okay, so I continue. I farming the land. And one day I decided I go sell the land. Pierre, I can't sell the land.
Remember the guy take back his shoe? Remember the Calypso? Take it back. Take it back.
Yeah.
They said the shoe or a heel. He says
take it back. Do you understand? So, When Mr. Redhead did that, I was baffled. But it speaks again to 3 words. Carl, you remember them best. 3 words as used by Bernard Code. What's those 3 words again?
Oh, lack of institutional knowledge, youthful arrogance, and inexperience.
Inexperience. So it speaks to that. The fact that he sold the car speaks to that. Those 3 words, you bring them back to deal with my good friend Ron Redhead. He made that error. And then, when they made the error, it was compounded. Because based on my... I want to ask the question, Carl. And I'm going to ask the question of the Prime Minister. Is it true, Mr. Prime Minister, that Miss Rolanda called you to speak about the issue of her vehicle? Is it true?
That a conversation was held.
Right? Is it true that she called you? Is it true, Mr. Prime Minister, that you informed her that she will get
a quantum of money?
Let me speak. I don't want them to say you say it to the call. Me I say it to you. I don't want to say we say it together. Is it true that you said to her you will get $10,000 on Monday, and then after that you will get the rest before the end of the week? Is it true, Mr. Prime Minister? Is it true that the $10,000 was delivered by Mr. Redhead in the company of the Minister for Carriacou and Pidimacnic Affairs? Is it true? I want to know. Is it true, Mr. Prime Minister, that they delivered the money and she accepted it on Monday? Is it true, Mr. Prime Minister, that on Tuesday
night,
Mr. Caton, please? Is it true, Mr. Prime Minister, on Tuesday evening, which is before 9 o'clock, sir, it was dark. Is it true that when they went to deliver the rest of the money, the lady said, I don't do business at night? Is it true, Mr. Prime Minister? I would like for you or someone to clear that up. Now, if it turns out to be true, Mr. Prime Minister, that all that would have happened, then you, sir, even if you have to cut out your nose and spoil your face, you need to, sir, get rid of Mr. Redhead. If all that I said is true, you have to get rid of Mr. Redhead. Why? Simply because attaining the position as a minister for cabinet involved in wrongdoing, the best thing for him to do is resign. Tell him, for me please, to call Kenny Lal Singh and ask him what to do. I rest my case.
Andre Donald, is it true?
Is it true? Is it true?
As you on Is It True, I follow your lead.
Is it true?
Now, when you read the article with Mr. Redhead on the New Today, if you have any inclination to law enforcement, the man actually admitting to a crime. You call it action or omission. Is it true, Mr. Prime Minister?
Somebody is saying, send a message to me quickly before you get to the news gates. I think you got to get to the news. The person says, the next question is, who negotiated the loan for Mr. Williams?
Yes.
10%?
And let me ask this question, Mr. Pierre, give me something. You need to do that because you, a member of the union, you probably could, and then we go to the news, Mr. Pierre will think over the answer.
No, they take the news and...
No, I have to give the question.
Let me hear.
Mr. Pierre, If a person goes to the bank or any financial institution, i.e. credit union or bank, to get a loan, what percentage of their salary can be affixed to the loan so that the person may continue to live comfortably? You got a question?
Let's take the break.
Triple N. Informative, entertaining, and first. Every hour on the hour.
This is the latest news update produced by Triple N. Details when we get back.
M&M Hardware Limited, Hope St. Andrew and Dusty Highway St. George. Shop conveniently for all your building materials including plumbing, electrical, lumber, cement, steel and much more. We manufacture roofing sheets available in 11 colors, aluminum windows, doors, insect screens and hurricane shutters. Installation services are available for all our manufactured products. Our opening hours are Monday to Friday 8 a.m. to 4 p.m., Saturdays 8 a.m. to 3 p.m. M&M Hardware Limited. Come on in and experience our affordable prices, or call us 444-6757 or 440-6757 Dusty Highway. Email us at info@mahonhardware.com or mnmdusty@mahonhardware.com. M&M Hardware, foundation to roof. Let's build together.
Welcome back. Locally, in an effort to strengthen pre-elastin prevention measures through increased monitoring, the Ministry of Agriculture and Lands, Fisheries and Cooperatives is reminding all vendors of agricultural produce to be registered in keeping with the Pre-elastin Amendment Act of 2020 to avoid being suspended from selling. In the region, in Antigua and Barbuda, Prime Minister Honorable Gaston Brown has received gratitude from Dominica's Prime Minister for his efforts to keep Liat flying. We get more in this report.
Comments from Dominica's Prime Minister Roosevelt Scarrett in Roseau, which are certain to reverberate around the sub-regional capitals and beyond.
You're going to need a construct like Liat. And that's why I want to thank the Prime Minister of Antigua and Barbuda for his heroic effort in at least having a couple of the planes flying and providing the service, albeit not to the original level that we are accustomed to.
Prime Minister Scarrett calls the transportation woes a regional emergency. He says he was criticized when his administration took the decision to invest in Liat 1974, but he says he cautioned his critics that Liat's services are crucial to the region. He therefore has this view about how to address the challenges of regional transportation.
I do not believe that there's any other entity that can reasonably be expected to replace the functions of Liat in the region. And government's investments in air transportation in the region cannot be replaced by private sector investments only. The governments must invest in intra-regional travel.
He says that's because intra-regional travel is a public good and private entities will only fly routes which are commercially viable. But will his government put its money where its mouth is?
This is affecting all of us so badly, you understand? And our economy is in a dramatic way that since the departure of Liat from the regional scene. Okay, and I'm saying that Dominica is prepared to, as we've met, and we're prepared to play our part financially, but you absolutely need a construct like Liat that will be complemented by the private sector airlines to give you the kind of service that you really need in these islands.
The comments from Prime Minister Scarrett are almost a replica of what Prime Minister Brown told ABS News in a recent interview.
Around the globe, Poland will send Ukraine 4 MiG-29 fighter jets in the coming days, making it the first of Kyiv's allies to provide such aircraft. While the battle for Bakhmut rages on, here are the details.
Poland announced on Thursday it would send 4 MiG-29 fighter jets to Ukraine, making it the first of Kyiv's allies to provide such aircraft. One of Ukraine's staunchest supporters, Warsaw has taken a leading role in persuading sometimes hesitant allies to provide Kyiv with heavy weaponry. The jets are expected to be delivered in 4 to 6 weeks. Meanwhile, the constant boom of artillery fire filled the air near Bakhmut on Thursday. From inside a hideout, a soldier from Ukraine's 80th Air Assault Brigade gives his assessment of the front lines.
The situation is quite difficult, but stable. The enemy constantly attempts to attack us, and we defend our positions quite effectively. We've been standing here for quite long already. and our brigade hasn't given up any position.
Their position is not far from where Ukrainian and Russian troops are facing off outside Bakhmut, a hotly contested city. Since a major Ukrainian counteroffensive last year, the war has settled into a grinding conflict of incremental gains, as Ukraine urges its allies in the West to supply more modern military hardware and ammunition. While Russia appears to be in the ascendancy in key areas like Bakhmut, progress is slow and costly, and Ukraine says it is determined to hold out.
And in sports, Marcus Rashford was on target again as Manchester United cruised into the quarterfinals of the Europa League with a clinical win at Real Betis. This ends the latest update of news. Thank you for listening.
Triple N. Informative, entertaining, and first. Every hour on the hour. Broadcasting from the historical Parish Main Street, Certez, to your home, vehicle, and office. Today's hit music on Real FM.
The first word when you speak about furniture is classic. Yes, at Classic Furniture, they design and make the best in local furniture. All their products are made from the finest local wood available on island. You think it, they design it, and make it to your expectations. The highest standards at the best possible price, and they also provide higher purchase for you, their valued customers. Located on Ben Jones Street in Grenville, with their factory at Chantemelle in St. Patrick. That's where you need to visit when looking for products made of the finest local wood. They deliver and install items at no extra cost. Your satisfaction is their mission. The extra step is taken to ensure their customers are completely satisfied. They do doors and finished kitchens, supplies mattresses, and restores antique pieces to look like the first day they were made. Hey, give us a call on 442-4645 and 442-9726. Classic Furniture, Grenada's homegrown furniture producers.
Get ready.
The Epic Marriage Conference is back.
And we're calling all couples, single men and women, to join us.
March 24th through 26th in Grenada. Joining us Friday, March 24th is our guest speaker for the Single Men and Women session, none other than accomplished personal and life coach Stephanie J. Make plans to join Drs. Jason and Tanasha Gray and their guest speakers for an event you don't want to miss.
Meet us down at Gateway Conference Center, Point Celine, St. George's. Tickets are on sale now.
Contact us at 449-5872 or 459-8567. Tickets can be purchased at Grenadian Optical, branches located at Melville Street, St. George, and Spiceland Mall, Grand Anse, St. George. Pick up your tickets today. The Epic Marriage Conference, Roadmap to Intimacy. See you there.
Grenada, it's time to show off your national color. On Friday, March 24th, the Spice Boys take on the United States of America in a CONCACAF Nations League showdown. Game time 8 p.m. at the Kirani James Athletic Stadium. Tickets are $75 lower stand, $50 upper main stand, $40 secondary stand, $25 bleacher. Tickets available online from goodeffect.com or Grenadian Optical, Turkey's Bar, Lixon Bar, Shine's Bar, Calico Satans, Maxie's Bar, and St. David's Pharmacy. Grenada versus the USA. 8 p.m. Friday, March 24th. National Colors, National Pride. Sponsored by the Grenada Bottling Company, Serial Bay Express, Glenelg Natural Spring Water, and the Karen Nations League Showdown. 8 p.m. Friday, March 24th.
91.5 Real FM got you covered.
This is good. You asking me what is wrong with Trinidad? You can't understand why things go on so bad. You find we so rich in human resources, and yet the country going to pieces. Well, let me tell you, my friend, where we went wrong. After Eric Williams' old car break down. We called in an AR, we ordered an next car and installed a new driver. With 33 passengers from the party, we gave him a maxi taxi, fitted with mag wheels, tape deck, computer, air conditioned 8-cylinder. With posh new fittings, this maxi car arrived. Then it started to swerve and nosedive. It took a year for passengers to realize. They say the new driver cannot drive.
And we're back. I have a caller waiting for a little while. Good morning, caller.
Good morning.
How are you?
Yes, Igwe.
Mm.
And you gentlemen. Happy St. Patrick's Day, man.
Yeah, man.
And you're going to crown who? The mighty what, Tito?
Fluto.
Fluto, you're doing a good job. I don't want to break the thoughts. You're doing a fantastic program. I will give my 2 cents Sunday. But keep on, you know. And don't forget Igwe. Don't forget your password, eh?
Yeah.
I don't want you to end up in jail.
No,
yeah?
my password good.
Yeah, yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Love
NDC
you.
must go.
Yeah. Keep up.
All right.
Pierre, my question remains.
I just about to joke.
It's a serious, challenging question. In yesteryear, bank managers had real power, and perhaps they could have taken your whole salary. Because if the bank manager is your real friend, he might give you a blind. So if you're working for $5,000 and you owe $2.5 million, the bank would have taken your whole salary and hope you might pay in that in about 20 years. But in this present dispensation, bank managers don't have all this power. So if an individual pick up a loan at $2.5 million and he's depending on salary to pay it, that he in trouble. $2.5 million
in 4
and
years.
You're paying from your salary. Let us suppose you're not married. You don't have children. So if you're working for $6,000 and you just eat like a bird, you might spend $1,000 and they give you $1,000 for yourself. And you don't have wife, you don't have children, it's a little jam you just stick now and then, and $5,000 to pay the loan. But if you're working as a politician, and let us suppose they hope you go spend 15 years, you will lose your seat, and your party go win 15 years. So they give 15 years to pay and $5,000. I mean, come on. The National Democratic Congress does twist up the truth. So we're trying to rearrange these things to see how it could be accommodated. Practically impossible to achieve. Yes, caller, welcome. And I hope I answered the question. You don't ask me to rebut.
No. You kind of answer it, AJ.
I ain't really satisfied the answer.
Yeah, you kind of answer it, man.
But the gist of it is that with the
wash susu.
Yeah, now with the present salary, all things being equal, with the present salary that the gentleman is earning, if it is true that he owes the bank that amount, it cannot be paid in 15 years. That's the gist of it.
Yeah.
It cannot be paid in 15 years. So I want so my brethren, when all you're going and thing on the block and thing, just these are things that tell them that loan on the present salary of the minister cannot be paid in 15 years if he paying $5,000 a month. It cannot be paid.
And the small matter, Andre, what everybody seem not to recognize him, the guy is like on contract work.
I ain't even going that part.
No, he's on contract work.
I ain't even going that part.
You
No, it's a fact. It's a fact.
I go in.
Well, you can't pay the loan in 20 years.
No, what I'm saying, but he's on contract work.
Well, let us suppose.
So he could lose in the next Not even 1,500 days.
But we have already agreed that the bankers say he will lose. So he will last 15, 20 years. He still cannot be paid.
At 20 grand a month.
At 5,000 a month.
20 a month. Okay.
Yeah.
Why? Let me tell you something. And listen where I'm going with this. That I are going there with this.
Mm-hmm.
The Prime Minister speak about all the red tape to get account. So he know about the banking system. He know the man's job is not a guaranteed job. Just how he talking about that he doing with the contract workers. He know all that about the man. So don't tell me about no 15 years. August near to Mona. The man could go tomorrow. The people could get fed up and demand that he call election and he have to do it. And there's no guarantee that the man will be in the next government. That is something to be considered also. And then, how does the institution that he received the money from get the money from the consolidated fund? All of us money. So it's a concern to all of us. And it's nothing to do with politics. It's a concern because even if the institution is getting money wants to do any business, the government has to guarantee that institution the money.
Let's take the call.
Morning.
Yes, gentlemen. Andre, you asked a good question. In comparison with the bank and how much years the guy can take back, the guy's supposed to have, I mean, call him the name, he's supposed to have a business. So we know all that. But if there's a case, he's supposed to recuse himself from that business, and if he doesn't, that's why I call insider trading, according to American law. But we use American law here. But that is neither here nor there. My question with that is, I have noticed that the NDC as a party has propelled certain MPs and ministers into the limelight who they seem or deem not to be very popular. That's my view. So if you look at the ministers they highlighted, there's one in Carriacou, there's one in South St. George, there's one in Northeast. Apparently there's one in St. John. So these are the ones that seem to be having the little friction with the public based on their actions and interactions with people lately, right? The other ministers, the Lacret, the Andrew, and the others, they seem to be fine so far until they reach in the crosshairs of the leader. So that also is a political game they're playing with the Grenadian people. Put out all the public, put out not propaganda, but put them more in the public light to give them a good life. Well, I doing this. I man on the ground. I the hardest working person, you know. And I heard with my eyes listening to that that town hall meeting that they want the honorable member for South St. George to be Prime Minister. And the honorable Prime Minister on the desk was like, yeah, well, he at least he has people in his party that can lead after him. So that is the narrative they want to give to their supporters and making people believe that they have everything under control, and out of the limelight is all chaos. But let me tell you this. If they look at the NMP for the last couple of years, like the last 20 years, NMP had a good balance of female and male members of parliament who was elected. And those female members of parliament that were elected were in key positions: housing, health, social development, and all these balanced areas. Now we've seen that this NDC has less female, and the position they put them in is position of victimization, which makes the NDC look very, very, in my view, in my opinion, bad as they. And understand, these people, they know they do, and I'm not convinced that the Honorable Prime Minister, D.K. Mitchell, doesn't know what he's doing. He knows exactly what he's doing. He's guided by advisors, and the advisors, like in 2008 to 13, are shadow ministers. We've seen it every living day. We've seen the old members trickling in, and those who we are not seeing, we're not seeing them on any contract letters. And right now, this bill is going to make it worse to get any information given out on these people, because if those information come out, what's going to happen is that we can be prosecuted and probably jailed for that. And that is a dangerous part of this thing, because what I'm seeing happening is that we are hearing names calling in certain ministries. The honorable member of the opposition, Dr. Mitchell, he asked about 9 questions, there are more, since last year, and he did ask it again. And we are getting limited answers, and apparently certain Grenadians, certain sectors asking, well, why you go and sit down on this, and why you shut up? But this is the reason why you have an opposition. You didn't have one from 2013 to 2022. You have one now. That's the job. You had one in 2003 to 2008. The party became in power, and you had it, right? And the job in 2013, they lost all the seats. And they always said, oh, the 9-6 or the 6-9 killing you all. But remember, we had 15 for 3 times. This government doesn't understand their losses. And when they realize they defeat an MP, they always gloating and enjoying themselves. But anyhow, I am not in favor for another 15-0. But if we get, we will take it. But seriously, we cannot continue how we go on this trajectory, and Grenada needs better. And it seems like the Prime Minister fly to Barbados, he come back yesterday. Like, what are you doing? That's life. We have another 4 years, easy to make all that. But gentlemen are listening.
Okay, good. I need to ask a question here. I need make a statement.
Shoot.
It is correct. And I'm not asking anybody's opinion on that. And I'm not talking about you guys here. I'm talking about listeners. I'm not asking your opinion on this one. I'm just saying it is correct that no bank in Grenada would give a loan of that magnitude to anybody who is on contract for 4 to 5 years. Even if the person is on contract for 15 years, a loan of that magnitude will not be given. The only reason why a bank may do that is if there is someone in a position who can do so, and as the young people would say, call a shot.
Yeah, influence.
Call a shot and say, yes, give him that loan. Mm-hmm. That is the only how that could happen, because that loan is a high risk loan. Mm-hmm. What I would love to know, what I would love to be a little ants in the file and to find out what is the, how you just call it, Mr. Pierre, when you go in the bank and you have to get a loan? What is the security? The collateral for a loan for $2 million. And does that person, the person who got the loan, does that person have that kind of a collateral still?
Yes, in his name.
In his name. Good morning. How you doing, caller?
Yeah, good morning. Nice program. Mm-hmm. But our call for one Igwe, Masakal.
Yo.
I want Igwe to link me up on the YouTube, please.
You want a link on the YouTube?
Yeah, my number is 417-8410.
Hold on.
417-8410. I got that for you.
All right,
okay, I got that. 417-8410.
Nice program. I look going for the pitch taking ball.
Yeah, there's something else, Carl, that we need to know. We, the people, need to know, and it's a very simple thing. Byron Campbell no longer holds the position that he was holding.
415 VC or 417?
417. Yeah. Do you know that?
Change him already?
Byron Campbell is no longer the leader of SIAP. What I want to find out is who is the new leader of SIAP. And what I also want them to know, or what I will ask the question, is it true that the new leader of SIAP is being paid from consolidated funds because is it OFID? I think who's funding SIAP? Because OFID refused the appointment of that new person and they will not pay the person. Is it true?
And where is the SIAP office located?
I don't know. It was supposed to be in. Hold on. They were in St. Patrick. They went to the Kirani James Boulevard area. They went there. They're supposed to be operating something out of Simoon, the pavilion. Not the pavilion, the industrial park. And I have heard recently that they will be opening an office in St. Patrick, Sauters to be exact. I don't know where.
On Main Street.
I don't know where. We've got a caller. Good morning.
Good morning, gentlemen. Good morning. Mr. Pierre, good morning to you, sir.
Yes, good morning.
Yeah, Master Carla and others, everybody, good morning. Very good program, gentlemen. I like the education. I like the easy way that things has been unfolding. And I must put my little bits and pieces. On your program, I did mention I would like to see the not the collateral, the security for the loan in excess of $2 million. I'm not going in the small figures bracket. Now, I advocated that sometime. Is this a secure loan? My opinion, something different. But I must say, and I want to ask the question to you, Dr. Pancho. I want you to answer that question for me, please. Thank you, if you could. If you are a minister in government, can you have private business running all over Grenada?
Yeah, you could.
If not,
you could.
You could?
Yeah. There's nothing
under your name?
There's nothing stopping you. Calico has been functioning for a lot of years, and Kenny Lal Singh was a minister in government.
Okay.
There's nothing wrong in that. There's nothing wrong.
Okay.
It doesn't bar you from doing anything, from doing that.
Okay, thank you very much. Well, I don't know. I just asking the question.
Yeah.
Well, now I understand where the security comes from for the loan of $2-something million, because the amount of buildings and other businesses that is involved, he must work out to more than $3 million in order to get a loan of $2-something million. And this is my take. Now, I am appealing to Grenadian people now. My appeal is to Grenadian people. Let us be safe. Let us understand what is happening in our country. Let us know where we are, where we came from, and where we are going. Now, apparently, this government doesn't have a clue as to how to bring people forward. But all they're saying is that NNP is done, and NNP cannot come back again. So they are going to run this country. But I am saying to Grenadian people, let us be mindful and know what is development from in an economy, from a retracting economy and a developing economy. Now, I know people in this country who is hurting. I have a good friend that's a shopkeeper. And he tells me he had an assistant. And he had to let go the assistant because the shop is not bringing in income to cover the goods and to pay her a salary. So he has to open in the morning before he goes to work, and in the evening when he comes from work, in order to keep his business afloat. Because the poor people in this country who used to buy from him no longer has this spending power. The places that these places go and shop, they no longer have to go there. Now, this government has been cutting, shaving, kicking out, firing, and stopping people from getting salary. How can you develop an economy when you have less people working? I mean, I'm not an economist. There is a good economist in the government today should be able to tell the Prime Minister that. More people have spending power, you have more economic turnover, and more taxes will be paid, more revenue will be generated to the government of this country. That is simple, basic, and simple knowledge of economic turnover and development of our economy. Thank you very much, gentlemen.
Good. Drive.
One thing, Andre, you put the whole, you asked some questions about the loan thing. We ask about the collaterals and so on. But one thing that concerns me, Andre, and it has been raised by a lot of persons speaking, the chairperson of the GDB board happens to be the treasurer of the National Democratic Congress.
The chairperson of the GDB board?
Yeah.
That was the shot call?
I don't know.
Yeah, the chairperson of the GDB board is maybe some Saint Bernard or somebody.
Is that Andre?
Yeah, who is the treasurer of the National Democratic Congress, who the gentleman is part of. So you when those things happen, with all the questions you ask, legit questions, and you come to find out that the chairperson of the board is the treasurer of the National Democratic Congress.
Then use Gates' words. What is it?
It's in grimy?
No, a shot call.
That was the shot call.
That is
it right there.
That is the shot call.
Right there.
That is how the young people put it. That is how the shot
call.
But
what is interesting here, the National Democratic Congress as a party pride itself on what they call transparency. All they talk about transparency. And even they go so far, some of them, and say if you is a NNP, you can be a patriot, because they're so transparent. So when you have those questions being asked, and then you understand, well, wait now, the board supposed to conform to give this man this thing, and the chairman of the board and them don't sit down together all the time. Something smells
fishy,
not well.
Like a fish.
And these are the questions, legitimately so, that must be answered. And as Mr. P always say, if you don't want to answer it here, go into Tobago.
We go send the question on him now.
Yeah, go into Tobago because he might feel more comfortable because, watch. And this Tobago thing is not a joke thing, you know, Andre. Because he was so comfortable in the interview in Tobago, he says to the person interviewing, watch, we campaign on transformation, you know, but the real thing,
restorative justice.
And if you see everything what happening in Grenada is restorative justice. Restorative justice means you feel somebody didn't get in what thing and you're giving them now. So the 2.3 million, you feel that money getting and you're giving him now.
Judgment.
Restorative justice.
Because he feels so comfortable in Tobago. And he say, but we campaign on transformation, you know. But it's not really transformation, you know. It's restorative justice. And all we see, go on.
No.
I give way.
Okay.
I give way.
I have some more questions.
Go on.
Is it true that a minister of government went to Dusty Highway after the election and demanded that he be given a driver's license? Is it true that the persons in charge at Dusty Highway said, sir, that is now how it is done?
You have a procedure?
There's a procedure.
To call a shot?
Is it true that the said minister traveled to Karakou after that and had an accident? Is it true that in that accident the vehicle had to be written off?
With that nine little prime minister, nothing.
Is it true? That's what I'm asking, you know. Is it true? And the thing about it, I'm still going to ask the question, is it true that he may not have had the license when he had the accident? And is it true that at this time he may still not have the license? Is it true? I humbly ask those questions.
So the person get the license? Asking you.
Is it true?
Is it true?
And
that they got it? I don't know.
I need to say.
I'm going to call on the WhatsApp.
And before we take the call, I need to tell Harry Joe good morning. Harry Joe, morning. Masaka say morning, Harry Joe.
Good morning to the call on the WhatsApp. How are you doing this morning?
Good morning. I am doing fine. As it relates to the gentleman, the minister, and the loan in GDB, I'm sure when I read the article, I didn't have cocky eye. I'm quite sure at that time. In the article that was done in the newspaper where he had the interview and was trying to justify it is the $600,000 that he received as a loan. I am quite sure, and if we go back to that article, I am quite sure the minister says he has enough asset to cover the loan.
Okay.
I am quite sure. If we go back to that article, I am quite sure the minister stated he had enough assets to cover that loan. So, the man have the assets, he got the loan.
Mm-hmm.
Let's leave it like that.
Thank you.
And if we're saying that's what the banks need, that's what the bank want in order for somebody to obtain a loan, the man said it so. He have enough assets to cover the loan. Let us see.
We go find out.
On a side note here, just like to congratulate the folks in St. Andrew. That's the St. Andrew Primary Schools. They were the champions of the 2023 Co-op Bank National Primary Schools games after 70 events. 2 days of competition. The Big Parish team, they amassed a total of 601 points. In second position, St. George, the parish of St. George's, 513.5 points. Third, St. Patrick, 472 points. St. David, they followed in fourth position and 436.5 points. And St. John, 315.5 points. Carriacou combined. I know why they. So why you didn't say St. Patrick's combined? It's Carriacou. I understand this called Carriacou combined. Where you get that? Yeah, with combined. Then say St. Patrick's combined.
Must be with Petit Mac.
No, there's Carriacou and Petit Mac is one. 280 points. St. Mark, 265.5 points. They placed 7th. So St. Andrew won that competition. Do you know, Mr. Pierre, I was researching a couple of years ago and I found out that St. Mark won the competition 1 year.
Yeah.
They lie.
No, they did. No, they did. That is not a lie. They won the competition 1 year.
I need facts.
No, well, you go and do your research, my brother.
I need facts.
But St. Mark won the competition 1 year, and I believe it had to do with people like Clovey and Heads and them. That time they won, but they definitely St. Mark won the competition. You live in St. Mark now, go and check your history. You will come back and you will bow before me and say, I am sorry I said you lied.
Ask them old Romans.
Yeah, let me know.
In my time.
No, well, you'll figure it out yourself. But let's get back to the matters at hand. The Prime Minister, what one saw on Tuesday, his behavior, and I think Carl is the one who spoke to it. Carl, did you speak of him not being able to smile and he's known as a smiling guy?
I tell you that too.
But hold on. Let's be straight.
Stress.
You have vehicle issue. You have bank loan issue. On top of all of that,
Plain issue.
No, on top of all that, bank and vehicle issue. Prototype them men nearly out to light. And then you have to go in Parliament and defend something and run something through all the stages. For whatever reason, we don't know. You understand? You must be under stress. Stress! You have a caller. Good morning.
Good morning, Mr. Andre.
Morning, man.
Good morning, Carl.
Can you speak up, please?
Good morning to everybody.
Love you.
I just have a little problem. I don't really understand what I'm hearing. This is why all these issues with members of the ruling party, so much thing on the character and whatever it is. So that is why the reason they had to push this bill so hurry.
I don't know. I don't have the information on why they pushed the bill, because they were asked why, and they have not given a reason as to why the bill was pushed through all the stages at this particular point in time. So we don't know.
I'm trying to understand, because I'm hearing so much accusation and whatever on the ruling party and the unruliness of our Prime Minister. This thing makes me sick. I can't discuss it with my children because I never accustomed with this.
It's stress.
So I just asking us as a nation to pray, put God first. It's only God to deliver us out of this hand of this tiger. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
You finish, Andre, what you're saying, or Tuesday?
Say it again?
You finish what you're saying on Tuesday?
About Tuesday?
Yeah,
you mean,
the Prime
no,
Minister.
in all of that, I was just saying, to crown it all, you had an accident, and anybody who has an accident goes through a certain level of trauma. And the Prime Minister has the authority, Carl, to do so and call the clerk of Parliament and say, "What? Stand on that Parliament today. You know, I have to be there. I really want to be there, but I had an accident, so I am not totally focused. So let's stand on the Parliament today." I'm sure. I am sure that the leader of the opposition would have acceded to that and say, "Okay, fine. If he had an accident, let's do so and stand on the Parliament today for another day, maybe Tuesday next week or whatever." And you know, but he chose to go ahead. That's his call.
Let's go back a little bit to the actual happenings. Now, let me go back to the actual happenings on the day. Now, the opposition was contended, okay, we don't mind the first read, but let me go through all the stages. But the Prime Minister decided we'll go through all the stages. So, usually they say all of us of this opinion say aye. And help me here, Andrew. What your leader of the opposition called for? Division.
Division. Yeah, division of the House.
No, I want to deal with the division for persons to understand something, you know. The Honorable Lennox Andrew, when they ask him how he vote, he said he vote yes, with an explanation. They could check it. But the Speaker of the House didn't entertain the explanation. But I need to read something here for you. Now, all the talk on the government side, the derogatory words used to describe persons on the opposition, like stupid, where you get your qualification, all that kind of thing. It is there on the answer, so people go and listen, because a lot of people now start to listen Parliament. All the time they didn't used to listen before. So everything they listen now is the best Parliament. They didn't even understand when you're in committee stage, they say, you know, the Honorable Prime Minister teaching them. They don't understand how committee stage work. They didn't even know. So they feel it's a new thing to them. But here, Mr. Lennox Andrew say, with all this song and dance out, it was an NNP bill. Misleading people, and you deal with it this morning when you say the Honorable Peter David informed them that this thing they since in my time in NDC. And it's not NNP didn't draft no bill and so on. Be that as it may. No. The Honorable Lennox Andrew said we need this bill to be passed and to be in place so that we can implement our big projects that we have for this country. And these projects have to be supported by the data protection bill. And these projects are in the estimate value of 24 million US. So all this song and dance, you hear about who bill was for and why NNP didn't want to pass the bill. You know, I will understand you say we need that bill. All of a sudden, the passage of the bill, 24 million US hinge on the passage of the bill, which is a NNP bill, as they say. So when you listen the people on the government side, every time they speak, it gives you a reason to question what they're saying. Because you come and you're trying to beat up on the opposition and say, all you bill. But the man would say yes with an explanation, say we need a bill to access funds. So I want to know if the funds wasn't NNP funds too. Let's take the call.
Good morning.
Good morning to everyone.
Morning,
and
General.
bless morning. Yes, bless the entire nation. A question about the bill. Now we understand, the drafters of the bill and everything like that. I'm kind of questioning why the rush by this administration to pass that bill. Now, I would ask, what it is that they have either added or subtracted from that bill that make it so important than the last two administrations. So I really like to find out that. You guys may not have the answer. I have not read the bill per se, but I really want to know the construct of the bill, original construct of the bill, based on what they have passed at this point in time. Was any changes made to it or anything altered from that bill? Have a blessed morning, gentlemen.
All right.
Carl, I have a question for you.
Ask me.
Ask him.
Was Miss McQueen aware of the license status of the gentleman she gave the vehicle to or loaned the vehicle to?
Nah, I'm not sure.
I'd love to know that,
But
because if she did that, she committed a crime,
But remember, in the whole construct of the vehicle, one Ian Django Thomas cannot be taken out.
I don't know.
Because he used to be driving the vehicle most time.
Oh, he used to be driving the vehicle. I don't know.
Ian Django Thomas.
He was a driver of the vehicle?
Yeah, and he know about the transaction that happened on the 16th of February in the night with the mechanic in St. Andrews.
Oh, so you were there? I'm just asking the question. I don't know.
No, we were talking about the situation with the house and the bill. And Mr. Pierre, not slighting you, Andre, but Mr. Pierre might understand that a little more. Remember the story of Balaam in the Bible, Numbers 22?
The donkey.
Well, the donkey refused to go and Balaam nearly killed because I don't know if the accident was a Balaam moment.
You figure I don't know the Bible. You figure I don't know the Bible.
I just asking. I don't know.
You figure I don't know the Bible. So
because on the way to discussing the bill, this thing happened, and the way say he could have speak to the clock to thing it. I just asking in like Numbers 22, and if it's a Balaam moment. I don't know if it was a Balaam moment. Because your good friend and members of the clock could maybe cut the thing better than me, they could cut the book better than me. So I just asking for what it's what. If that was not a Balaam moment.
We have a caller.
I hardly quote scripture when I'm dealing with some individuals. When Maurice Bishop and them came on the scene, they believe in God.
Yes.
So good morning, how you doing, caller? How are you?
Good morning.
Good morning. I recognize that voice, boy.
God start to talk,
God start to talk.
Yeah. There is a sign of one name. There is a sign. Is that accident? There is a turn back sign.
Okay.
Yeah,
that was for him to turn back.
Yeah, there is a turn back sign. Yeah.
Because even
Right, start to talk.
if it's up here, even
All
when
right,
Thank you.
yes.
Thank you.
even when they saw the hands writing on the wall, they didn't believe it too. You know?
Well, you know, Obi, because that was a good opportunity to say, okay, let us take a break for 2 weeks.
That is what Pierre, I was waiting for you to say that.
Well,
you
that
know.
was a great
That is
opportunity.
exactly what I was leading to, Carl. You were stopped along the way.
See, take
To
a break.
Damascus.
You were stopped. You understand? The mighty hand of the Ancient of Days, to use your words,
A
Carl.
Balaam moment.
Yeah, the hand of the Ancient Days will say, don't do that.
Do it. Take a
Don't
break.
do that. Take a break.
Cool down yourself.
But you went ahead.
You say use the good people, so.
Yeah, go ahead. You take a break. We'll be right back. This is Real FM Radio.
All right.
Where you go? Where you walk? What you say? When you talk? Where you go? Where you walk?
Broadcasting from the historical Parish Main Street, Surtees, to your home, vehicle, and office. Today's hit music on Real FM.
M&M Hardware Limited, Hope St. Andrew and Dusty Highway, St. George. Shop conveniently for all your building materials, including plumbing, electrical, lumber, cement, steel, and much more. We manufacture roofing sheets available in 11 colors, aluminum windows, doors, insect screens, and hurricane shutters. Installation services are available for all our manufactured products. Our opening hours are Monday to Friday, 8 a.m. to 4 p.m., Saturdays, 8 a.m. to 3 p.m. M&M Hardware Limited. Come on in and experience our affordable prices, or call us 444-6757 or 440-6757 Dusty Highway. Email us at info@mahonhardware.com or mnmdusty@mahonhardware.com. M&M Hardware, foundation to roof. Let's build together.
If you're looking to improve or maintain your health, look no further. We have a general practitioner right here on Main Street, Surtees in the Kweze. Dr. Guerrero, a gynecologist and surgeon who specializes in women's health. She offers lab tests, blood, pap smears, prostate cancer, and stool tests. Consultation for pregnant women from beginning to end. Surgeries, which includes hysterectomy, tying of tubes, vaginal shrinking, removal of uterine fibroids, and vaginal warts, hernias, C-section. She also specializes in diagnostic and therapeutic DNC, abnormal bleeding. They're in collaboration with Alice Labs, located in St. George, opposite the Excel Plaza. Dr. Santos, an oncologist who specializes in cancer treatment, a general practitioner, family doctor, will be joining Dr. Guerra in the not-too-distant future. Walk-ins are accepted. You can also call for an appointment at 423-3352. That number again, 423-3352. Put your health first.
The NLA is giving you more chances to multiply your Playway winnings by adding Multi-X to your regular Playway bets to win up to 5 times more. Imagine winning as much as $1,200 instead of $240 with a $10 Playway bet by simply adding Multi-X. Place your Playway bets from $1 to $10 or in increments on your favorite Playway symbols or numbers. Then add the Multi-X option at the same value to win 2 times, 3 times, 5 times more, or free plays. With Multi-X, you must bet the same amount wagered on your regular Playway bets for your winnings to be multiplied. Grenadians, value your dreams and win your way as much as 5 times more with Multi-X added to Playway, and watch your money grow. Coming soon to authorized agents near you. Must be 18 years or older to play. NLA, making your dreams come true.
Now is the time to distribute the information. One Shaney Lane will never be the same as G&D Promotion presents the garden party of a lifetime. Music, food, top shelf drinks, and entertainment galore. It will be an Easter Monday you don't want to miss. Tickets are in a limited amount, so get yours now before they are all sold out. Give Gotafet a call for your ticket, her ticket, and the other tickets. One Shaney Lane, your Easter Monday spot for this Easter and always. Miss this one and blame no one. Remember, there is a massive television as a door prize. One Shaney Lane. I'll see you there.
Larry, I love the new home.
Did you remember the tips we discussed?
As a matter of fact, they were very helpful. We always follow the manufacturer's guidelines, check for damaged cords, turn off electrical equipment before cleaning, and we never overload sockets.
And we always use a licensed electrician for electrical work and a certified technician for repairs.
Grenlink, energizing.
91.5 Real FM got you covered.
You asking me what is wrong with Trinidad? You can't understand why things go on so bad. You find we so rich in human resources, and yet the country going to pieces. Well, let me tell you, my friend, where we went wrong. After Eric Williams' old car breakdown, we called in an AR, we ordered an X-Con and installed a new driver. With 33 passengers from the party, we gave him a maxi taxi, fitted with mag wheels, tape deck, computer, air conditioned 8-cylinder. With posh new fittings, this maxi car arrived. Then it started to swerve and nosedive. It took a year for passengers to realize. They say, the driver.
You have information more?
And we're back. We have a caller on the phone line. But before I take this caller, Mr. Pierre, a school child on the live tell me to point out something for you. Watch where the Prime Minister had his accident, the location of where it happened, what building that was there. They tell me to point out for you, and then you go answer after. Good morning.
Yeah, good morning. Mm-hmm. If the Prime Minister was thinking seriously and would have listened to that song that you just finished playing every time the program, as it is alluded, he would not have found himself behind the driver's seat. Because the song tells him that when he get on the Bus Butler Highway or where it is, and school children had to run, because the car was driving in the wrong direction on the side of the highway. It's just so he was driving on the wrong side coming up Springs Hill by the church.
All right.
You just say by the church.
By the church.
By the church, coming up Springs Hill before you take Defoe Gap. So he was on the wrong side. The only place in Grenada you could drive two vehicles going down one street in Grenada is on Young Street. One, you could swing left into Scott Street, and the other one you could swing right to go back to the financial complex. So I don't know if you get puzzled with that and feel you could drive on any side in America.
The Prime Minister was not driving, eh?
It is alluded that he was.
No, he was not driving. Don't let me go down. We ain't going down that road at all. He was not driving.
Well, whatever, then be it not so. But he should have taken a clue from that song and do better than that.
Mm-hmm.
Thank you.
Okay, great.
One of the biggest challenges we have now, and we passed that stage once already, so we must not go back. The previous government over the last 10 years, or 2 terms, constantly and more increasingly interact with the media and the public. That is an achievement. That is a stage you reach in your democratic process that you must not backtrack. After every cabinet meeting, you had a press conference. And people, they took questions even from people on social media. The previous Prime Minister and his team had face-to-face, where they went into each constituency. Then they had their regular interaction on Wednesdays, sometimes they did, sometimes they did. And the Prime Minister himself, I don't know if it reached a stage to have a quarterly session. These are achievements you make. This is a high template that was established. We have a new leader come on the scene. In particular, he had no experience with the active political process before. He was behind the scene, but not active political process. One of the most arrogant statements I heard from him, information would be on need to. This is an insult. And it's supposed to be unacceptable by all journalists. The trade union themselves, and I always call the trade union, because they represent the majority of workers in the country, and they're supposed to be a voice for the voiceless in the labor movement. So they're supposed to speak. We cannot return to the days when the information is not available, particularly in light of so much of speculation and rumors and issues that we cannot verify now, because the government have to provide the information. The Prime Minister have to make himself available to the press and the media. And he have to remove the muzzle on the other members, because I know some of them want to speak to the press. They love to engage with the press. And that should be permitted. And I think this would help the Prime Minister. It would help Dick Mitchell. You will be a better leader. Your level of arrogancy. You must remember the words of wisdom. Bernard Coda, words of wisdom. He gone through the experience. What he said? Youthful inexperience.
As Carl knows it.
Carl, lack of institutional knowledge.
Yes.
And rudimentary arrogance.
Arrogance and youthful inexperience.
I think this is some of the most.
And the irony is he patterned himself after the revolution in his sayings.
Why they bouncing in front of
the man going to interfere. A dead man must rest in peace. Morris Bishop's spirit must rest in peace. I am all praying for his spirit to rest in peace. I'm going to stop it.
That's what they praying. Bump in front of the church.
You can't disturb Bishop's spirit. Rasta man getting vexed.
In front of the church.
Yeah, he bunks in front of the church. There's a sign.
Never too interested.
There's a sign. They don't even check on
that. Bela moment, man.
They're never interested in the church.
They don't even check on that.
Leave poor Morris Bishop's spirit. And I'm certain Morris Bishop got converted, because when Jacqueline Creft showed him she belly, and that couldn't save her from the bullets, he refused to turn his face. So maybe that time he called, like the thief on the cross, he called on God. And I believe he's in heaven. Leave him, don't interfere with his spirit. It caused too much trauma. And the last minute he must say, Lord, I want to be with you in paradise. And Christ must accept him.
Easy so?
Yeah, but it's so here today. All the thief in the cross end up in Christ's bosom.
Yeah.
On the last minute, because I'm certain it was the whole thing was so traumatic and shocking. You think it's easy to see a wife pregnant? And
that wasn't his wife. That was not his wife.
All right, his spouse.
His spouse.
No.
His girlfriend then.
Yes, that's better. The man was married up until he died.
I take some strong objection to big people having girlfriend and boyfriend. When he's a politician, don't come and tell me. Big woman, the last time, the woman bright like smoke.
EGF.
Tell me what your boyfriend.
EGF.
I say you're too big for boyfriend. You either have a man or you have a spouse.
EGF.
Well, that was she man, and
She's
that was
spouse.
human.
It's
No,
spouse.
that spouse there.
No
Spouse is legally accepted.
That was the common law wife, man.
I mean,
Well, yeah. All right. We
Yeah, the next one.
We can say that though. Come on now, wife.
Well, she wasn't his kept miss because she was too loud. A kept miss is a quiet, in the scene. It wasn't a kept miss. kept me too loud. Everybody in Grenada know. So that's one of the challenges we have. I mean, we must prepare to expose ourselves to the media.
With all that said and our discussions this morning, the blame lies solely at the feet of Mr. Deacon Mitchell for the happenings what going on. Either A, if it is believed that information tend to suggest that you have 9 prime ministers in Grenada, so the holder of the office cannot treat with or deal with no orders for fear that they go mash up the thing and he go lose power. If that it is, that means you're weak. If it is that he know what's going on and he do dealing with it, he's complicit. For example, the PAW 92 saga. If he has information and if he participate in trying to fix or cover up that thing, he's complicit in a crime. And being the Prime Minister, you ought to do better. So those who participate or do wrong, they have the blame to take. But he, what went before God to serve and protect the people, if you cease to have the appetite to protect the people, do the honorable thing and call election and go your way. Don't sit down there and be complicit in wrongdoing. Because the Grenadian people have a way they just treat with when people do them nothing. And if you don't know, as the past NDC administration, what does happen when the Grenadian people realize you're taking as the old people say, you're taking the Mickey out of them. And that's what is happening now. Because you hearing all this thing and you realize, have you ever heard the Prime Minister speak on the GDB affair? Mr. Pierre?
Never.
Have you ever heard the Prime Minister speak on the RAV4 affair?
Never.
No, I may say something totally off.
Go on. You
have you ever heard a
open season?
No, do like Buju. Have you ever heard a cage bird sing?
Yeah. So that bird in cage?
I don't know. Do like Buju. Have you ever heard a cage bird sing? Not me. Buju, I say that.
But
the Prime Minister never even give us any reason why he not living in Montreal and he rent and where the government is paying his rent.
That one real dumb.
Never say anything about that.
Is it true that the rent is about 20,000?
Yeah.
Is it true?
Yeah.
How do you know it's true?
What information?
No. That's what I'm asking. Is it true?
School
children yeah, well, you
school children is true.
I'll confirm that by next program.
I bet it all is true.
School children is true.
But colleagues, it is it is strange.
I thought you were saying it's true.
It is strange that for a man who like to talk a lot and have the answer, as my grandmother would say, he has the remedy for all maladies. Because when he was camping, he had the remedy for even seaweed.
Seamoss, you get a big net.
Seaweed.
If he do
and when all these things happening, the whole nation was confused. When we heard it in the news, 2.3 million. The nation become confused again when we heard it on the news, RAV4. And the honorable gentleman, and he go in a friendly place, in the town hall, among his peers.
They didn't ask him that.
That's all right.
And he still refused to speak on.
They didn't ask
Spoke
him.
about wash.
A school child.
But then he said to us, he go operate on a need to know basis. Maybe he's need to know.
A school
And
child
even when the situation came about the overpayment of retroactive payments, he said he didn't know, he didn't hear it. He go ask the PS, and he even then he don't come back and say not again. Mr. PM, you have to do better than that. Because you is the man that bring up the scrutiny clause. You see, they don't open themselves for scrutiny. They don't want mic in front of them in town hall meeting and village meeting. They don't go in on the college show. They don't go in on the Bob show. They go in on GBN. Well, go on them things and them. It's your friends. Go on them. So they said they was having a press conference about a week ago. And he realized shit could he define, he don't come by. See, you don't doing that. Because bring yourself for scrutiny, Mr. Prime Minister, because you what raised the scrutiny clause in. You accuse the former administration of refusing to be scrutinized. You see, we're not in government yet.
And at that time, you're still in
we're not in government yet. And we don't afraid scrutiny. No rich in government, you afraid scrutiny. You don't even have in press the briefing, the usual brief after every cabinet. What you hiding?
Not even Dr. Bob. A nice little college shop.
But when people do that, it's things they hide in. According to a friend of mine, he even afraid the best journalist in Grenada. By
a man tell me to ask you what is the difference between the PM and Flint. I don't know if you know Flint. Because when Flint tell them he want to build bridge, they say Flint mad. Yeah. Now we get a man trapping seaweed. I don't hear nobody say mad.
He building a road for half an hour from St. Patrick.
By them men and them going Barbados and lose 70 million for the Western Main Road project. They don't tell nobody. And then the day on the radio saying they go build them highway from Tongue to Sortesian.
30 minutes.
You don't get money to fix road.
Blast it.
But you're saying that.
No gas station there. no shop there. No business in Berry.
Well, highway. Well, how you making money from the highway? You're taxing.
You might have a toll charge.
Yeah, toll gate. That's fine.
Okay. $5 to enter.
I love that. I love that.
Blast
because they're yet to tell us. And what is interesting, all the old talk and bluster and talk, this present administration yet to explain to the people how they intend to make money, to grow the economy. All they're talking about is blame the past administration when something is not right and take credit for things the past administration put in place when it happened to work out. Because in the achievements for them in government, even the wash thing as Andre bring up this morning, they borrow it.
What is that? What is that wash?
And the same thing they quarrel for. And it is believed that in purging the seed lease, one of the things people keep saying, if you have the facilities of battery mentality taking you out. The same thing, they begin up as wash now.
I just want to let some folks know. Well, somebody just sent a message to me and say, yes, the government did make some people permanent.
Where?
And they spoke to the how you call them? The people, the special, I call them the special unit that do so and take care of the trimmings and overhangings and stuff like that.
Wardens?
The wardens. They said these wardens are permanent because they have them doing They have them doing the regular.
Who are the traffic warden?
No. Oh. The wardens that they're supposed to do special overhangings and
environmental ones.
Yeah, they say that they are permanent because they have them now doing what the normal 10 days will be.
Well, they fired those before.
Yeah.
He went in from Cecil Clyde, a big house on top.
Mr. Man, please refrain from that. You don't have any proof of that. Do not say that. You do not know.
Look at the comments there.
Yeah, but let the comments stay there. Let the comments stay right there. When we do something, we say it, and it is not true. That is where the problem is. No.
Many take care.
School children know what time it is.
But
that's all right.
It was so sad and unfortunate that the Prime Minister of Grenada forget all the promises he made to the most vulnerable people in our country, the younger people, the people who do not have the necessary qualifications, skills, or competitive edge to get permanent jobs. And any country that have high unemployment is a concern for any country. Some things must be done to provide for them. In some countries, you have social safety net programs, you have the 99ers, you have the dole in England. In Grenada, we don't have that. And governments come in and try to make jobs for people. The government was extremely dismissive of it. And now these people are insecure and unsure of themselves. And it is sad and it's unfortunate. And when a young person working 3-4 years says to you, I'm walking on ice. And why they walking on ice? Because they don't know if they're going to fire them tomorrow. And they have not paid them for the month. It is a sad, sad state of affairs. We have 10 workers from the people in the source of pest management unit that out of their jobs. The one I spoke to been working 3 years, over 3 years. You know, you have over 30 workers from the Paradise Estate. They're out there now and they you know, Coco Jenna Pie. You have the women from Karakou. What you fire these people for? What is the justification? What is the rationale? What explanation is given?
Andre Donald.
Hey.
Around the ending of last year, there was this big song and dance about some Chinese people, I think those from St. David's, when they gave some gift with wine and so on. And a big song and dance and a lot of promotion was about, he was there on social media willy-nilly. And it was even reported to the Integrity Commission. But somebody asked me, you know, and I want to couch my thing. I don't want to say anything wrong.
Do it.
No. I do it, but I just couching it right. In connection with some information about a gold-plated shovel, they say they yet to see anybody print anything where it was reported to the Integrity Commission.
It wasn't a gift.
Oh, okay.
Maybe they buy it. If it was a gift, they'd have reported it.
Consistency from this government is all I ask. You know. They could have their policy and programs as they say, but consistency.
And are you indicating that they don't have consistency?
No.
They've been doing it wrong.
You saying that?
Yes.
They're very consistently wrong.
Okay, Mr. Pierre, I was saying they're very consistent.
From the time they reach, they keep away from the press. They have a phobia for the press.
Because the action doesn't match their words. They're not consistency.
They're
consistently bad.
What they have been doing.
What you just said.
No, they're consistently bad because.
Well, that's what we're saying.
They're consistent.
Yes.
They're very consistent in being bad.
Well,
they find people, ignore the press.
That is bad.
Well, it's not Jesus.
But they're consistent with it.
Jesus Christ do what they say, but not what they do.
And it's something from my I must
from
say morning to my good day to my parliamentary representative, Mr. Cornwall. I know you're listening, so I ain't disappointed by no parliament.
Say there's no need.
Yes.
Yeah.
I don't want to disappoint you.
Because
NDC government will put an
should
end
know
to
better.
contract workers in the public service as soon as it takes office. There is no need for a parallel public service in Grenada. All workers will be given
permanent status.
And while we are at the school, try and ask if you receive the pension payment yet. I don't know. They say to ask you that. What I'm saying, Mr. Cornwall and Mr. Lennox Andrew are the holding them guiltless together with the Prime Minister, Mr. Penn. Because when the Prime Minister was making such utterances, these two fellas, if we say the rest of the playing dumb, we don't know, should know to tell the man, watch, why we work in finance already, and them things I'm saying, you don't adding up here. So give me a formative. Because you see, I like to play them tape for people to hear it in their own words, Mr. Pierre. Because sometimes they believe we just come in and say that about them men and them. Give me a formative.
So don't worry your head too much about empty treasury. People. We in the NDC, we have
the exposure. We have had the exposure. Good? And we know what to do to find money, to look after the needs of our people. And as I have the mic, let me say, as we go around the country and we speak to our people, that's a topic that they always say to us, we go pay salary late and we don't know how to run a country. Tell them that we say we know how to run a country, and tell them that we wouldn't pay salary late. All right? Tell them that affirmatively. We're not going to pay salary late, and we know how to run a country.
Yes,
Now, I played these two gentlemen, Mr. Pierre, to show something, because we just hear Minister Andrew say we know how to find money. And he say we need this bill to be passed and to be in place so that we can implement our big projects that we have for this country. And these projects have to be supported by the data protection bill too. So they want to access 24 million US. The question I need to ask, because Mr. Adrian Thomas is the minister in the ministry with Mr. Andrew, but he has special responsibility for agriculture. But hear this, in the budget, the best budget, Mr. Pierre, the budget on the agriculture, they say it's 50 something, but when you go to the estimate and revenue, it didn't add up. But we say it could have been an error in maths, or maybe they can't conclude, we don't know. But the project for agriculture, they intend to access some monies from the World Bank. They don't even do the project right up here to send to the World Bank. So I wonder if it's that the same thing he making reference to when he say to access some monies. Because that in my way, I was going to the inconsistencies. Because your budget, you say best budget, biggest allocations, when you add it up, you don't add up. Then when you come to find out, the only real allocation in the Ministry of Agriculture budget is salaries, 22 or 26 million for salaries. But in terms of having projects done, you expect to get 10 million US from the World Bank, but you yet still to write up the project. You understand what I'm saying? But that is the thing, so they're using semantics and words to try to confuse people. Let's take the call.
Call on the WhatsApp. Good morning.
Yeah, good morning. There's something you call smoke screen.
Shining objects.
And I'm wondering if that's not what they're using, those smoke screen pulling it off our faces. Tell me something, what's your intention to do it for judge? What is it that you really intend to do it for judge? Is it that you're trying something else that we will not see what you're trying to do it for judge as part of disposing of your assets? I would like to know, please, if you have any idea, because this is worrying, because nobody knows exactly when you speak about disposing of assets, what assets you'll be disposing of, because we know that you have dealt with most of them already. So will it be for judge and using other areas like the same bill that you passed there as part of the smoke screen to shade what you intend to do? I'm concerned.
Yes, caller. Thank you.
Thanks.
Yeah, Mr. Pierre.
If you have to look at two persons in the whole group of the 9 of them, responsible is guilty as charged for the promises made to the most vulnerable, most sensitive in our country. It have to be Lennox Cornwall. Lennox Andrew and Dennis Cornwall. Because these two individuals was senior public officers. And I believe they was involved in structural adjustment program before. And they know what the National Democratic Congress presented was false. Yes, caller, welcome. Yes, caller, welcome.
Andrew Donald, my answer to our question is that 24 million US is just about 70 million EC dollars. 24 million US is not a big set of money, right? So if you have to do all this to get 24 million US, that is what, just a little pie for a bill 3 pass. If it was 124 million or 234 million, we could have seen this big ha-hoo about this, but that doesn't make any sense. Yeah?
All right, brother.
Yes, these individuals, they are the ones, perhaps you could say, the most have institutional learning. Because they was in the ministry. How could you say there is no need for a parallel service? And immediately, as you win election, you start to fire these people on contract. This is so heartless.
You man say as soon as they get in power, they go address it, and addressing it was fine people.
The Prime Minister said you could do it with a stroke of a pen.
Yeah. He start to say pencil now.
And that's why we say these people are consistent.
Children others use pencil, you have to be careful with that.
Now in Parliament, they always say by the stroke of a pencil.
He can't talk pencil now.
He's still saying pencil.
Yeah, in Parliament, they always.
And you still say you're not consistent.
He changed from pen to
closing
pencil.
thoughts, guys. 2 minutes left.
Who, me?
Yeah.
Okay. I want to read something.
Okay, let me load the music.
No. I want to.
I want to hear what you're saying. Give me it.
Yeah. Hold on. Let's get it. Where did I have it again? Don't tell me it just went away. That is not nice, is it, guys?
Treat you like Rudolph. The red nose reindeer then. He went his own way.
Let me close one.
Deleting too fast.
So let Pierre close.
Yes, I think my biggest concern, I was really touched when this Imani teacher tells me she walking on ice.
Nice.
It really felt me. She said she don't get paid, and based upon the environment, she believed that it's singling her out because there are people in this school that got paid, but she didn't get paid. And when I heard she saw him, I was surprised. But it really felt me
singling out
because
is victimizing.
she is working for about 4 years in that school as a teacher, and she has the necessary qualification. And I don't know. I appeal to the moderate members of the National Democratic Congress to inform Deacon that the trajectory he is on is wrong. Yeah.
All right.
Thank you.
All right, folks. See you on Sunday.
You ready for me?
You have to close.
Still?
Yeah.
No, he wanted to.
I thought you.
No. I found it.
You have to read something like you read it.
I found it.
Come, give me.
There's something that was very interesting to me, and I'm still trying to figure it out. On Tuesday in Parliament, and they can check the Hansard, where the Prime Minister said, from a little boy or as a little girl. And I found that kind of funny.
Go on.
I just found that kind of funny.
As a little boy and a little girl.
From a little boy or as a little girl. And I leave it right there.
I don't want to comment on that one.
I don't ask anybody to comment.
Folks,
ask anybody to comment.
Next Friday.
Go and look at the Hansard.
Sunday we on. Are we on Sunday?
Check the
the extension is next Friday.
Yeah. I won't be on.
The fire continues, Sunday.
Bye, friends.
Where you walk, what you say, when you talk, where you go, where you walk, what you say, when you talk.
It's a hungry world out there, with everybody scrambling to get a share. Wolves in sheep clothing, birds of prey waiting to swoop down on you, and there's no telling what they'll do. You gotta be careful You gotta be careful. Where you go when you're walking, what you say when you're talking.